inspired us. A quarter century after George Bush left the Oval Office, his legacy continues to directly inspire not just 1,000 points of light, but millions of volunteers who serve others. So, Madam President, in war and peace, in public and in private, in high office and in family moments, George Bush stayed the course. The greatest generation, indeed. The grand heroism that saved our nation, the quiet diligence that built it up, and the basic goodness that sustains it, all in one. Today, the United States Senate joins the nation and the Bush family in mourning and in prayer. We are also joined in gratitude. We're thankful that God gave this country George Bush and Barbara. Thankful that they built such a loving family, and thankful they may now be reunited, their great love story perfected in the light of His grace.
And we've been listening to Senator Mitch McConnell praising the late President Bush as Air Force One, which is now being called Special Air Mission 41, makes its way to Joint Base Andrews in Maryland, where the president's casket will then be taken to the Capitol. There, honors will be rendered with a simultaneous 21-gun salute. On board this aircraft are President George W. Bush, Mrs. Laura Bush, Neil Bush, Maria Bush, Pierce Bush, Sarah Beth Bush, Ashley Bush, Julian LaFerve, Lizzie Andrews, Robbie Derrick, Pace Andrews, Alexander Andrews, Marshall Bush, Nick Rossi, Walker Bush, George P. Bush, and Mandy Bush, extended members of the Bush family. There you can see it touching down at Joint Base Andrews, with the president's casket aboard. There will be about a 45-minute drive to the Capitol once the motorcade departs Joint Base Andrews. There will, of course, be all the pomp and circumstance of a police and full Army escort. At around 4:30 p.m., the Vice President and Mrs. Pence are expected to arrive at the Capitol. And at about 4:45 p.m., the motorcade will arrive at the U.S. Capitol. We'll, of course, bring this all to you live as it happens. Once again, there is Special Air Mission 41, the name for Air Force One for today's flight. Inside is the casket of President George H.W. Bush, along with the extended Bush family.
Mike's out.
And we're looking at Special Air Mission 41, which is the special name for Air Force One. Inside that plane are the extended members of the Bush family, along with the casket carrying former President George H.W. Bush, the 41st President of the United States. Special Air Mission 41 just touched down at Joint Base Andrews. The entire family and the casket will be escorted with a motorcade to the Capitol. It's about a 45-minute drive from Joint Base Andrews to the Capitol, where the ceremony will commence. We're just awaiting right now a special report by the network, which will start shortly, but we're looking at a live picture, again, of Special Air Mission 41. And Senator Chuck Schumer is now speaking about former President George H.W. Bush from the Senate floor. Let's listen in as we await.
Though our careers intersected only briefly, I knew him to be a fine man, a decent man. And even when he opposed your views, you knew he was doing what he thought was best for the United States of America. He embodied the characteristics we admire in a president: integrity, civility, dignity, humility, and a sincere interest in bipartisanship. He valued public service and had respect for government as a noble force, a force for good. When he wanted to say something to someone, he'd sit down to write them a handwritten and usually heartfelt note. He used the word friend often, and he meant it. His yearning for a kinder, gentler nation seems more needed now than when he first called for it. Not all of his efforts will be celebrated, and of course that's true of every politician who's reached higher office. But as we look back at his life and career, it's clear that George H.W. Bush cared deeply about more than just his country and its ideals. He cared deeply about its citizens, no matter what the situation. His early involvement in the YMCA, his advocacy for Americans with Disability Act, and his support for volunteerism and service throughout his career are a testament to that fact. He called on Americans to be 1,000 points of light, and he was too modest to say that he and his wife Barbara were two of the brightest. Our hearts are with the Bush family today. And Madam President, my heart is also heavy today at another loss. Giles Perkins, who was one of the top lawyers in Birmingham, Alabama, and former head of the Alabama Democratic Party. He died of cancer over the weekend. He was a close friend and mentor of one of our friends here in the Senate, Senator Doug Jones, who fondly called him the Yoda of his campaign. I talked to Giles frequently. In fact, just a few days.
This is a CBS News special report. I'm Jeff Glor at the U.S. Capitol. And in a short time, the body of George H.W. Bush, the 41st president of the United States, will be brought here to lie in state. It has just arrived at Joint Base Andrews in Maryland from Texas on board a jet that often serves as Air Force One. For this flight, it was called Special Air Mission 41. Mr. Bush, who lived longer than any previous president, died Friday at 94, less than 8 months after the death of Barbara Bush, his wife of 73 years. He will be brought here by motorcade. It's about a 45-minute trip for his final visit to the Capitol. Earlier this morning, Mr. Bush's casket was brought from his adopted hometown of Houston to Ellington Field in Texas for the flight to Washington. There he was honored with Hail to the Chief and a 21-gun salute, one of 3 planned for today. He was sent off by local politicians as well as 26 recipients of the Daily Points of Light, an award that began during Mr. Bush's administration to celebrate volunteerism and the power of service. There will be a ceremony to honor Mr. Bush at Joint Base Andrews, which you're about to watch. The Bush family, including George W. Bush, the 43rd president, will be greeted by members of the military, Air Force One personnel, members of the CIA, as well as 100 sailors from the aircraft carrier, the USS George H.W. Bush. Another 21-gun salute will follow. I am joined here this afternoon by CBS This Morning's Norah O'Donnell, and in our Washington studio by Bob Schieffer, John Dickerson, Margaret Brennan, and Major Garrett. Weijia Jiang is at the White House. Nancy Cordes is on Capitol Hill. And Ed O'Keefe is at Joint Base Andrews. Ed, to you to start here, set the scene for us and what we're about to see.
Good afternoon, Jeff. Yes, this is Special Air Mission 21. The 747, normally known as Air Force One, has just arrived here in the last few moments, and the former president will be brought down, and a roughly 30-car motorcade will begin to the U.S. Capitol. Waiting for him here, as you mentioned, are members of the USS George H.W. Bush, the naval aircraft carrier based at Norfolk, Virginia, members of the U.S. Air Force, members of the Army's Golden Knights, the parachute team with whom he has jumped 4 times at his 75th, 80th, 85th, and 90th birthdays. We've also spotted here on the tarmac his son Jeb Bush, the former governor of Florida, Marvin Bush, and Doro Bush. Those 3 Bush siblings did not make the flight from Texas, but they are here with their families just over our shoulder, awaiting the motorcade to begin. Quite a scene here, and this will the former president will later today become the 12th U.S. president to lie in state at the Rotunda, but we should probably reflect on the realm of this in terms of presidential history. Never before in modern times, at least, have we seen one former president escorted to the beginnings of national remembrances by another former president, his son, George W. Bush. We've seen these types of televised services and days of remembrance before, but never quite like this. The ceremony is about to begin now that the door's opening. They've asked us here on the tarmac to pause and allow the nation to watch, so we should do that.
All right, Ed, thank you very much. We will be watching as well and pausing as needed to appreciate the weight of these circumstances that we're looking at right now. Ed, you mentioned how long it's been. It has been 12 years since a presidential funeral, since Gerald Ford in 2006. Nora's here with me as, again, the doors open and we await the family to walk out here. But this day is remarkable in Washington. It's a spectacular day here.
It is in the 60 degrees, a beautiful sun behind us, greeting the former president as he makes his final stop here in Washington, a place that he lived for many years as vice president for 2 terms and as a single-term president. As you mentioned, Jeb Bush, one of his sons there is Marvin Bush, his youngest son there. He had 6 children, the entire family, all the grandkids, most of them all on that plane coming here. And what's really remarkable is the grandeur of this event. Not only the military greeting him there, those from the USS George H.W. Bush, and they are greeting a man who started his life taking off. He flew torpedo bombers off an aircraft carrier. In fact, he logged 1,200 hours for the Navy, flying 58 combat missions. And so this is a sign of respect from the military back to him as well. And then James Baker, his longtime friend, who was with him there at the end, rubbing his hands and his feet as he passed away. He will come here ahead of the family, make sure everything's set, meet with Vice President Quayle, and also begin what is going to be a bipartisan, bicameral event here as he is welcomed here to the Capitol to lie in state.
I keep coming back to this, the number of family members traveling with him. I mean, 17 members of the family on board this plane.
That's what happens when you have
talk about his
6
political
kids.
service, right? And the service to country, but the service to family, and the constant attention to them. And by the way, the constant attention to the Secret Service, who will play an extra special role over the next few days because of the care and the compassion that he showed for them, not leaving on Thanksgiving, not leaving on Christmas, because he was concerned about their families as well. All of these things, as we discuss, it just gives you a better appreciation of exactly what we're all watching right now.
One of his grandsons on that trip, Pierce Bush, has talked about that when he got in trouble, that Poppy would write a note and say, "Don't worry, it's not that bad." A note that made you always feel better. And so not only did former President George W. Bush write handwritten notes to people that he worked with, he wrote them to his family and made them feel better. And that is really the lifelong friendship that he not only developed with many people, but within his own family, that many in his own family looked up to him as sort of the patriarch, really, of this family. So it is a passing of the patriarch, too, of the Bush family.
And so as we watch this at Joint Base Andrews here, the president will lie in state here this evening. We'll watch this ceremony tonight, this evening, tomorrow, and then the funeral at the National Cathedral will happen on Wednesday. Bob Schieffer, John Dickerson, Margaret Brennan, also here in D.C. in our bureau. Bob, as you watch all this, what goes through your mind?
Well, we are seeing the symbols of our democracy here. And in modern times, Air Force One has become as symbolic of America and what it stands for as the White House or the Washington Monument. It is one of the most recognized symbols of America all over the world. And what we're seeing here is, as we pay tribute to a president who has died, it is a reminder that what this country is. We elect our presidents, they take office at a certain date. When their term is up, they leave. They are accorded special respect for the rest of their lives, and we're seeing that unfold here today. And I think that is very important, to remember those things. And to me, what this is a remembrance not just of George Bush, but a remembrance of America and what it's all about.
Sure. And how it continually changes. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
No, just to pick up on what Bob was saying there, I think, I'm reminded of the other funeral that all of us just lived through with John McCain, the senator passing along, and how the two events back to back in many ways caused us as a country not just to mourn the passing of a leader, but also to reflect on who they are and what they represent about us as a country. And I feel like at this moment in time, when we're questioning that in the tumult of our politics day to day, that these moments do provide a pause. We're not talking about the brawl happening on Capitol Hill. We are talking about what this leader represents to us. You hear words describing the kind of Republican establishment that he represented, George H.W. Bush, how different it is from today. You hear words like restraint, diplomacy, really experienced at the highest levels of some of the most difficult positions you could have. Head of the CIA, UN ambassador.
That's right. Well, it's a mourning of a life and a celebrating of a life. It's a celebrating of a way of life, and the question in Washington is whether it's also a mourning of that way of life, that dedication to service, long-time dedication to expertise and kind of climbing up the ladder in the traditional way. I'm reminded, we're talking about the weather, the sunshine, when George Bush went to his inauguration. It was a rainy, overcast day, and President Reagan said, when I was governor of California, as soon as I put my hand on the Bible, the sun shone, trying to give a little optimism to his successor. Well, sure enough, when Billy Graham started to give his remarks at the inauguration, the sun came out, Bush pointed to the sky, and he and President Reagan exchanged a little nod to one another as if that's the way these things happen. So the fact that he's being greeted by this weather in Washington feels like all is of a piece.
And this is a gradual process, plays out over 4 days, to give the country plenty of time to soak in this moment and take a measure of a presidency from a bit of distance. And all of us around this table who have either worked at the White House or come to study it have understood that that space and time helps you gain a lot more perspective on what the world looked like in the Oval Office when those decisions we were covering and explaining to the American public were happening, and the import and the influence they had 5, 10, 20 years later. And for the George Herbert Walker Bush presidency, so much of that looks better at a distance than it looked at the time.
You know, I think that's right. And I think I have come to believe that you should not judge a presidency for at least 5 years, because you don't know when the president leaves office what the impact of his remarks are going to be.
And the way it is now, people will judge within 5 minutes or 5 seconds.
5 seconds on Twitter.
You know, George Bush, we look at the presidency now as a kind of action hero office. You know, the president has to jump in and do things. And George Bush said sometimes you shape events by not making any mistakes. In other words, not acting. Tough to cover non-action.
Well, the hyper-personalization of the presidency has become a dominant part of our American politics. He eschewed that.
Okay. Thank you all. All of you have been watching. I've been watching the coverage all day. You made some remarkable and poignant comments here about this moment that we are in. It's worth noting again the pause that is taking place now amid the onslaught of news. And it is important, also important, I think, to listen in and watch this honor guard for a moment. Okay, so what you're watching here is the honor guard then lines up. There's about a little under 500 people who are at Joint Base Andrews right now who have come out for this arrival to watch right now. A couple escorts are going to take place here right now. President and Mrs. George W. Bush will be escorted by Major General Howard from Joint Force Headquarters, National Capital Region. He's the commanding general.
There we see the former Secretary of State James Baker and his wife. As we mentioned, they will be the first to leave and head straight here to the Capitol to meet the former Vice President Dan Quayle.
Secretary Baker making those remarkable comments about his final moments with the former president.
Followed by
the other night, George P. Bush. Jeb Bush's eldest son, his wife. Again, we talked about the 17 family members and just the enormous family that they're all traveling with there. As we watch them, we're also seeing significant buildup here begins behind us as well here, Nora, at the Capitol. The flag fly there behind them.
So the family is going to be escorted to a position near the hearse by Major General Howard.
Right.
And the honors will be rendered. And just as we saw in Houston earlier, 4 ruffles and flourishes and a 21-gun salute.
One of 3 21-gun salutes on this day. you will see My Country 'Tis of Thee played by the Air Force Band as the casket is carried to the hearse. The casket will be carried through a military cordon, then put in that hearse. The family is then, after that, escorted. And there's Sully. So many of us were struck by that picture that Jim McGrath, the president's spokesperson, sent out last night of Sully sitting just under the, you get goosebumps talking about it.
Yeah.
Under the casket of the former president. Sully was George H.W. Bush's service dog in the last years of his life. And so in addition to all the family we talked about, we know how important.
And there we have, President George W. Bush and Laura Bush departing Air Force One. This is remarkable, as President George W. Bush has talked about that his father knew that the mission of the presidency was more than just about George H.W. Bush, that it was about the office of the presidency. And what he said was that any president must come to the office and strengthen the institution. And while it is his own father, he says he believes that President George H.W. Bush will go down as the greatest one-term president in American history because he presided over a massive change in the global world order.
It was an extraordinary comment in that 60 Minutes interview that you did that struck so many. And I think, as we've all discussed, as George H.W. Bush left office, I'm not sure how many people would have said that. But through the wider lens of history, he feels comfortable saying it now. Maybe others do too. I was thinking about what George W. Bush must have been thinking when he walked on Air Force One earlier today. It was a remarkable image. As he walks with his wife away from it.
He was emotional when I saw him last talking about his father, not only revering his father because he held the same office, but also loved his father deeply. And of course, President George H.W. Bush had suffered a number of health issues. And in just the last 8 months, also losing his mother, Barbara Bush, the true disciplinarian, as they all acknowledged in the family. He never wanted to cross Barbara Bush.
The matriarch. John, maybe you can talk a little bit more about the father-son relationship and the approach that the 41st president took to the 43rd. I mean, I know he obviously took criticism. It wounded him deeply when his son was criticized, but he also didn't want to tell his son what to do.
Well, they had, when George W. Bush was younger, he was not the on-time, ship-shape person that he became later in life. And he and his father had some clashes, including one when he came home and knocked over a garbage can, and they almost came to blows and fisticuffs later in life. And this is important because this isn't just a youthful indiscretion. When George W. Bush talks about his father's unconditional love, it is. Let's pause here now for this portion of the ceremony.
You didn't hear the lyrics, but you heard the song, My Country 'Tis of Thee, which includes, of course, Land Where My Fathers Died. Mm-hmm. And as George W. Bush now walks with his wife back to a place where he spent so much time, returning from his adopted hometown where his father died. And George W. Bush, who buried his mother just 8 months ago. And now his father, the casket of George W. Bush, is in that hearse, which will now make its way to the Capitol.
This is so much, too, about not just mourning the loss of a man, but in some ways mourning an ideal. And I think there's such a nostalgia here in Washington, which I can speak of, and I can imagine around the country and those watching this, for the ideals that he represented. I mean, this was the last president of the greatest generation.
Think of the events and moments in American history that George W. Bush participated in, from World War II, the opening of China, the end of the Cold War. That's pretty extraordinary to think about. And as you all noted this morning, and it's worth noting again here this afternoon, it's worth thinking about now, but it's also, I think, worth talking about that family and those bonds. And John, I know we stopped earlier, but I did want you to pick up on that point, John Dickerson, that you talked about before, and the sometimes tenuous relationship between father and son.
Well, I think it's important just to have that context, because they had these clashes. There was another one when George W. Bush didn't show up for a job that he had said he was going to, and his father said, "I'm disappointed in you." The reason this was important is that George W. Bush, and he told Nora this in their interview, he always talked about unconditional love with his father. And that was displayed not in the moments when he was doing well, but in the moments when he fell short of his father's standard. And that's the way he talked about his father, as a beacon. He wrote, he couldn't have realized it at the time, but his words set the standard that both Jeb, his brother, and I would strive to follow when we held public office. And later in his life, George W. Bush would describe himself as a warrior for my dad. When his dad was running for office, George W. Bush was the one who defended him more powerfully and sometimes yelling at reporters strongly than anybody else. And so there's nothing more powerful than a son who tries to live up to their father's standard and then has a father who thinks that that son has indeed met it. And that is where they ended up at the end of their life, with the respect of one president for another. And perhaps most powerfully demonstrated by the fact that 41 didn't kibitz from the sideline a lot about 43, because he knew what the job was like and how hard it was. So he wasn't giving him a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking.
And there's...
John, go ahead.
Jeff, I just want to jump in on the point that John made, because it's relevant to both of their presidencies. George Herbert Walker Bush successfully prosecuted the first Iraq War. People forget, but at the time there was a Vietnam syndrome. Could we handle an act of war? Could we carry it out? Could we accomplish our mission, do what we set out to do, build an international coalition, and then leave? That's exactly what George Herbert Walker Bush did. Then George W. Bush prosecuted the second Iraq War. Some people thought, because he didn't believe his father had finished the job. And after 9/11, that job needed to be finished, and we're still living with the legacy of that important decision, influenced in part by his own relationship to his father's approach to Iraq.
He also succeeded, not only we've talked about his foreign policy successes, but his domestic legislative successes. I mean, he came into office with a Democratic-controlled Congress and actually got stuff done. The Americans for Disabilities Act. That affects every single one of us. Every time we see an elevator, every time we see the ramp in terms of a bus, that was George H.W. Bush and that Democratic-controlled Congress. The raising of taxes that helped with budget reform there. The Clean Air Act. He was, in some ways, too, revered for his ability to get stuff done. While it may have cost him, and certainly the raising of taxes, his reelection.
Another look at Sully here, the dog that has affected so many Americans here as we watch Sully wait underneath George H.W. Bush's casket overnight, and then made again the trip here with him.
Well, the dog represents an organization that has been trying to help our wounded warriors with the help of pets. And of course, George H.W. Bush, a veteran, and he became, yes, you're right, a big famous on Instagram, Insta-famous, as they would say. But more importantly, I think a reminder that this president who served, his son who sent so many young women into war, who died and were wounded, that they care deeply about those who serve and those who are still in great need of care.
We're going to have a lot more coverage of the arrival of the casket of former President George H.W. Bush as we continue here this afternoon. But we're going to leave you just for a moment now as we watch again the hearse set to take off from Joint Base Andrews. This part of the ceremony is concluding right now. We'll be back on the air here from the U.S. Capitol a little later this afternoon. We hope you can join us then. Until then, I'm Jeff Glor, CBS News in Washington.
And as the casket of late President George H.W. Bush departs Joint Base Andrews, it will now have a 45-minute drive to the Capitol, where the ceremony will commence, honoring the 41st President of the United States. That ceremony will commence in about 45 minutes. But now joining me is Larry Sabato. He is a presidential historian at the University of Virginia. Larry, thanks so much for being with us. You know, President Bush was elected at such a pivotal time in the world at the end of the Cold War. And, you know, President Reagan was often given credit for ending the Cold War, but really, you know, President Bush had to ease the entire world into this new era. What would you say is his foreign policy legacy?
Well, it's a complicated legacy. I think it's a very good legacy. And President Bush, by the way, would be the first to say that the credit for ending the Cold War should go to presidents from Harry Truman all the way up to George H.W. Bush, because every president, Democratic or Republican, made a real contribution there. And of course, Americans paid for it all. But I think President Bush's legacy is complicated in the sense that, on the one hand, he showed enormous diplomatic skill in keeping some of his overeager aides from trying to capitalize on the collapse of the Soviet Union and the Soviets' Eastern European empire. He held back. He gave them time to adjust, to move at their own pace, which was very important. You don't want to embarrass foes at a time when they're basically falling apart anyway, and they're no longer going to be as much of a threat to you. And also the Gulf War. You have to mention that, too, because I don't think any other president, other than maybe Richard Nixon, could have put together a coalition as broad as Bush did to oppose Saddam Hussein's taking over of Kuwait back in 1990-91.
Right. The Gulf War does sort of complicate the foreign policy legacy somewhat. Now, you know, President Bush, 41st President of the United States, was known as one of the most prepared and qualified Americans to ever serve as president, having been a congressman, CIA director, ambassador, and vice president, two-term vice president. How did all of that, how did that life of service shape him?
Well, he certainly knew how to act under pressure, and he was used to pressure. He could also put things into perspective. Sometimes when people don't have much experience at a job, everything seems more important or more extreme than it really is. Bush was very good at putting things into perspective and being able to keep a lot of balls in the air simultaneously. But you can't stress enough the fact that he had been in the Congress. He had been ambassador to the United Nations. He had been liaison to the People's Republic of China. He'd been head of the CIA, and not to mention vice president for 8 years. He had been there through all of the formative years of many of the crises that he had to deal with as president. And I think it mattered to him enormously. It mattered to the country enormously. And it's a great reminder to us that experience at the highest level in the White House really matters a lot.
Absolutely. I think few people would argue with you on that point. So, Larry, what do you think that a life of public service meant to him?
that's what his life was all about, really. He was from a political family. His father was a U.S. Senator from Connecticut. He had been involved in politics really since a young person. He wasn't overly involved in it while he was growing up, but he got the political bug in the 50s and early 60s, and by 1964, he was off and running for the U.S. Senate. He had 4 campaigns in Texas. He lost the Senate race in 64. He won U.S. House races in 66 and 68. He lost his second Senate race in 1970 in Texas, and then he didn't run for public office again until he tried to become president in 1980.
Yeah, you know, it's worth remembering all of these because despite all of his successes, of which there were many, as you point out, there were several losses, and several times he had to get back up and try again, as it were. And in the end, he was a one-term president. Larry, why was that?
He was a one-term president because, oddly enough, he had 2 achievements that cost him the presidency. The first was he began to put the United States finances on a firmer track. And it was, in fact, his tax increases, along with Congress, at the middle of his term, that enabled the economy to recover, the debt to shrink, and his successor, Bill Clinton, to get a lot of credit for a good economy. The second setback was actually an accomplishment, which was helping to end the Cold War, because it removed international relations from the center of our politics during the 1992 campaign when he was running against the governor of Arkansas, who had 0 international experience.
So those are 2 sort of accomplishments. Why were they seen as setbacks? Because he had promised not to raise taxes, and then in order to sort of balance the budget, as it were, and get the country's finances back on order, he did in the end have to raise taxes. So it made for a bad soundbite.
That's absolutely correct. To people in the short term, political observers saw them as defeats, as embarrassments. But in the long term, they were the right decisions at the time and the right decisions for the long haul. But sometimes you have to make decisions, certainly at the highest level, that will cost you politically if you have the country's interests at heart, not just your reelection.
That speaks volumes about his character. Now, you know, before running for president, Mr. Bush lost a bid for the Senate. We spoke a little bit about his losses along the road to the presidency. But what did that specific loss mean to him?
Obviously, he was discouraged and unhappy that he had lost, but the time he was running, Texas was still a Democratic state. Lyndon Johnson had carried in a landslide in 1964. Most of the officials in Texas were still Democratic. So he understood why he lost, but I think he may have decided that his career needed an appointed decade, because that's what he got. He got some major appointments over a decade before he did run for president on the slogan of a president you won't have to train.
All right, so Larry, stay with us, stand by. But joining us also now from Joint Base Andrews is CBS News political correspondent Ed O'Keefe. Ed, thank you. Describe the scene there where you are. Has the hearse left Joint Base Andrews yet?
Yes, it's on its way to the U.S. Capitol at this point, Tanya. About a 30-car motorcade now snaking its way from here in suburban Maryland over to the U.S. Capitol. Given the liberties that a presidential motorcade enjoys, they should be there in about 20 minutes or so, and if they aren't, it's because they're driving slowly. We're all veterans of D.C. traffic here, and they're lucky for that. Quite a moving scene here at Andrews as what was dubbed Special Air Mission 41. Arrived here and was greeted by members of the Bush family, some of whom had come here to Washington separate, and those, of course, that came off the airplane. I'm sure some of you saw this. What was kind of remarkable watching it from here is that we were kind of looking in on a family that essentially is getting together and reuniting ahead of a funeral, and that's no different whether you're the former president or just somebody else getting together at the funeral home or somebody's house ahead of a funeral. But that's what they are. There were about 35 of them here. Most of those grown children now of the next generation were the ones that you would have found on the bed at the White House or in the back lawn or at Kennebunkport, and they're familiar to many Americans in those photos. Sweet moment at the end after the Hail to the Chief was played and the 21-gun salute as George W. Bush was leaving to get in the motorcade with his wife, the former First Lady Laura Bush. His sister, Doro, caught up to him, had to break through a few bodyguards to get to his attention, and took his hand, and they all climbed into the same SUV together. Doro Bush, the youngest of the 5 surviving Bush children, literally had to climb into the third row of the SUV like anyone else might, and landed in the laps of Henry Hager and Jenna Bush Hager, the presidential daughter and son-in-law, who were riding along with W. Bush to the Capitol. They all piled in, and they led off a motorcade that, again, should be arriving at the Capitol later this hour for a service that will be led by Vice President Pence and senior congressional leaders. And then at least some members of the Bush family are expected to overnight at the Blair House, which is the guest house across from the White House there in Lafayette Square. Usually a place that's where the next president stays, or where some foreign dignitaries stay when they're visiting Washington, but in this case, at least some members of the Bush family are expected to stay there tonight ahead of the funeral on Wednesday.
Ed, you know, it's an interesting reminder seeing all these extended family members come out. As with any extended family, the Bushes are probably no different from many American families that, you know, become scattered across the country, and it takes a wedding or a funeral to bring everyone together. I'm sure many of these family members haven't seen each other in quite some time.
That's true. I mean, there was a wedding over the summer for Barbara Bush, of course, the second twin daughter of the former president, but that was a smaller family affair. They were all together for Barbara Bush's funeral earlier this year, but many of them probably haven't seen each other since then. You're right, because they live here in the Washington area. Some live up in New York, others are in Texas, others down in South Florida. Jeb Bush's family, most of them are there. George P. Bush, of course, serves in Austin as the Texas Land Commissioner. So they are spread out just like any other extended family. One of several sweet moments we're likely to see here in the coming days.
Right. And speaking of, you know, the family and the family legacy, Larry, I want to go back to you because I think the Bush family so interestingly marries this sort of East Coast blue blood establishment history, you know, Bush Sr. is a graduate of Andover and Yale. You know, you couldn't get a more pedigreed educational history than that. But yet they moved to Texas and became thoroughly sort of a Western family as well. So they sort of marry these two ideals of American life in a way that few political families have. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, political families, like most families, tend to stay in their lane, whatever lane it could be. And in George H.W. Bush's case, of course, born in Massachusetts, then Connecticut, because his father represented Connecticut in the U.S. Senate, then when he struck out on his own, Texas. So it was an interesting combination of cultures. It helped him a lot when he ran for national office, though. He had a home base everywhere.
Yes, absolutely, and the highest sort of, you know, educational and sort of historical family background. I think bringing that East Coast pedigree to the West couldn't have hurt him, especially when he became sort of a native Texan son, as it were.
Yes, George H.W. Bush certainly thought of himself as a Texan. George W. Bush even more so. The family now has much deeper roots in Texas, at least a good portion of it. Jeb Bush, of course, is a Floridian.
So, you know, again, speaking of the family, Ed, there's so many of them. Did you get a tally, a latest tally?
We counted about 35, Tanya, and there will be other cousins and other, you know, among those that flew in with him, for example, Jonathan Bush, the former president's younger brother, the elder former President Bush's brother, was on the flight in from Texas. In the black buses that you'll see at the end of this motorcade, that's carrying most of Jeb Bush and his family, Marvin Bush and his extended family, and Doro Bush, and they're basically all their children and now grandchildren or great-grandchildren in the case of the 41st president. So a large number that we'll see throughout the week and that we'll certainly see at the National Cathedral on Wednesday morning. Of that group, perhaps beyond Jenna and Barbara Bush, George P. Bush, again, the Texas Land Commissioner, really the only member of the next generation that's now in active politics. His younger brother, Jeb Jr., in the Miami area has toyed with running for something, but so far hasn't. And Lauren Bush Lauren, who is now the daughter of one of Ralph Lauren's sons, is also, of course, amid that group. She's one of Neil Bush's daughters, and does a lot of work up in New York and around the world. So some names that you'll notice, some faces you'll probably notice as you watch these events unfold over the next few days. But you'll also see, especially at the Capitol in a few minutes, veterans of the George H.W. Bush administration. Former Vice President Dan Quayle, for example, and former Secretary of State James Baker will be among those set to greet him on the east front of the U.S. Capitol when the hearse arrives in a few minutes.
All right. Thank you so much. Ed O'Keefe reporting there from Joint Base Andrews. We'll be checking in with you again very soon. Thanks, Ed. Larry, I want to go back to you. You know, President George H.W. Bush was also known for his deep devotion to his late wife, Barbara, and his family. Of course, he tragically lost a daughter when she was only 3 years old. What did family mean to him?
It's the bedrock for his family, as it is for so many American families, but he had such a big one. Not just his own children, but grandchildren, and before his death, great-grandchildren. So it was pretty impressive. So many of them got into the family business, which is politics, of course. And, you know, this dynasty, this Bush dynasty, is much greater than the dynasty Americans normally think of, the Kennedy dynasty. They've had far fewer offices for a far shorter period of time than the Bushes have. So, in a sense, I think it's maybe other than the Adamses, it's the greatest American dynasty in our history.
Certainly, politically, for sure. Of course, as you just mentioned, his son went on to serve as president, the 43rd president. What was their relationship like, Larry? We hear, you know, Bush Jr. often saying he received unconditional love from his father, but we also know that he struggled through some years in which he was not so much on the straight and narrow. Did their relationship go through different phases, Larry?
I'm sure it did. I think we can all remember periods in our own lives when we perhaps were a little rebellious with our parents, and I think that was the case with George W. Bush. He was rebelling against a tough, straight-laced family that had certain requirements that one was expected to fulfill. So I don't think we hold that against him, and they became so close later on. I doubt that you would ever find this to be true in politics other than for the Bushes. I mean, John Quincy Adams only had his father for 2 years of his presidency, less than 2 years of his presidency, and communications wasn't quite what it is today. So the fact that George W. Bush could rely on his father for advice, and he could also rely on his father to be confidential, that's a wonderful combination.
And how much do you think that George W. asked his father for advice when he was president?
I don't think he went to him all that often, but I'm sure that he was receptive to any advice that his father or his mother wanted to give him. And occasionally, I'm sure he did, when he was building the coalition to go into Iraq for the Iraq War during the latter Bush's term. I'm certain that they discussed it probably extensively.
Right, and it's interesting that you bring up that war, because that was the piece of George W.'s presidency which was probably the most unpopular during his term. And I wonder how his father felt about that period of his presidency. Did you have any indication?
Well, he never spoke out of turn. His father was very careful not to contradict his son, but every indication that we have suggests that the elder Bush was not as enthusiastic about the Gulf War as, say, Don Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, who had served with President Bush, at the elder, or Dick Cheney, the vice president, and occasionally the former president would express that to friends. Look, he knew, I think, better than anybody that the Iraq War, the second one that occurred during President George Bush's term, was going to be difficult and long, and he was absolutely right, and it made his son an unpopular president, at least for several years.
All right, as the Capitol fills with observers for George H.W. Bush's memorial service, we are going to take a quick break. Larry, please stand by, if you will. We will be awaiting the arrival of the motorcade here to the U.S. Capitol, but stay with us. You're streaming CBSN. And we continue our coverage of President George H.W. Bush's arrival in D.C. His casket is en route to the U.S. Capitol, where a ceremony will take place at 5 p.m. Eastern. We will, of course, bring that to you live. Right now, Kurt Smith is on the phone with us. He's a former speechwriter for President Bush from 1989 to 1993 and a senior lecturer at the University of Rochester. Kurt, thanks so much for being with us. You know, much has been said about George H.W. Bush as a president, even as a father, but we haven't yet heard what he was like as a boss. What was it like working for the former president?
Well, it was an extraordinary experience. I worked for him, as you suggested, for 4 years. And then after the president left office in early 1993, headed his speech staff on a volunteer basis for the next 4 years. So that was 8 years of writing speeches for him. And then intermittently after that, would work with him on speeches of his choice. And in that time, no exaggeration, not one cross word was exchanged between us. That doesn't make me an exception. I suspect it makes me the rule. He was a dream. He was an extraordinary person. He was a person of great courtesy. He would inevitably direct conversation to a visitor, make people feel inordinately and almost instantly at ease. Very casual, not a whiff of pretense of any kind. Would treat heads of state the way he would custodians at the White House, and I know this because I saw it. And it was not put on. It's the way he was raised.
Right.
I remember when him telling me once that when he was 8 or 9 years old, he loved baseball, as do I and so many millions of Americans. And he hit a couple home runs in a game. And he came home and he told his mother Dorothy, the disciplinarian of the family, and she eyed him and she said sternly, using the words of the great Protestant hymn, and she said, "Now, George, none of this great, how great thou art business." And that, and she brought him down to earth instantly, and he never forgot, because he showed a self-effacement, a great modesty, an extraordinary kindness. There's a wonderful story of him being at Kennebunkport, and of course he had, as you were just talking about, a vast brood of grandchildren in addition to children. And he once spent, this is when he was President of the United States, 45 minutes at Kennebunkport trying to find the stuffed animal that was momentarily lost of one of his grandkids. That's the kind of person George Bush was.
All right, just want to point out, we just saw Vice President Mike Pence there among the crowd that was entering the service there on Capitol Hill. So, Kurt, how would you describe his style as an orator? Like, when you were trying to capture his voice in the speeches you wrote for him, what did you try to do?
Well, I tried to capture the silhouette of the man. He wanted prose that reflected him. Spartan, sparse, direct, honest, no flim-flam, not ornate. He told me once in our first speech meeting in the Oval Office the day after he was inaugurated, he looked at me and he looked at the other writers and said, "You know, I'd rather quote Yogi Berra than Thomas Jefferson." He meant it. And I found out, to my shame, that he knew more Yogi Berra-isms than I did. But that was what he was, and this is how he liked his speeches. He liked short sentences. He liked cultural references that were honest. He would not use anything, any joke, any reference that he didn't understand, because it wasn't honest to him. So I wound up giving him basically Bob Hope and Bing Crosby, because that's what he liked and what he knew, and I liked it too, because I had grown up with it, and his audiences loved it. So he was an incredibly honest and authentic person. What you saw is what you got. I mean, I found in politics that there is often a Grand Canyon of a gulf between what the average person sees and what staffers see. That was not true at all with the 41st president. There was no difference of any kind between what the American people saw and what we saw each day.
Well, it's wonderful to hear that, because when those two things align, that's when you know you've got a genuine leader. So, Kurt, you mentioned his love of baseball. I want to talk a little bit more about his athleticism, because people may not realize this, but you know, he played baseball seriously all through Yale. He was captain of the Yale baseball team. How much, when he was president and you were still dealing with him, was he able to participate in any sorts of sports or athletics?
Well, he recreated with a capital R, and he was outside as much as he could with a capital O, because this was an extraordinarily vital, vigorous, and athletic man. He once told me that he had picked up a baseball bat for the first time at age 5, swung it, and said to himself, baseball has everything. And that was at 5, and at 94 he was still watching baseball, I am told, on television. So it was a lifetime love of his, but not simply baseball, golf, horseshoes. He loved to drive his boat, the Fidelity, up at Kennebunkport, and I am told he drove fast.
Yeah,
he loved to fish. He loved to do basically any kind of outdoor activity that you could find, and it bonded him. I mean, I'll never forget in the 1992 election campaign, which didn't turn out too well for the president against Bill Clinton, but it turned out very well for the U.S. Summer Olympic team. And they came to the White House that August, and the president was, 71 by then, I think? But he was 11 in spirit. I'm telling you, he just enjoyed that because he was one of them. He was a former athlete talking to athletes, and he was forever young. That's what I'll remember about George Bush.
Incredible. I just want to point out that we're looking at pictures of all the attendees filing in to Capitol Hill, a veritable who's who of Washington, D.C. We saw an earlier picture of all the Supreme Court justices gathered there. And there, I believe, is President Carter, I think, standing there. He's a little far away, so I can't quite make it out for sure. No, I am mistaken. That is not President Carter. But simply almost anyone in Washington, D.C. right now is filing in to Capitol Hill. Kurt, back to your memories of George H.W. Bush. Would you say that he was comfortable as president? Did he feel at all conflicted about holding the highest office?
No, because I think that he was prepared, and he knew that he was prepared for the nation's highest office. You were talking to the great historian Larry Sabato earlier. This is a man whom I would suggest had very likely the greatest resume of any person ever to become president of the United States. He'd been a war hero. He knew and did not take lightly sending men into war. He had then become a business entrepreneur. He had packed up his belongings, he and Mrs. Bush and their young son, George W., and they packed it all in a red Studebaker, and they'd gone from Connecticut to Texas, and he'd made a fortune.
Yeah.
He was an oil wildcatter in the terminology of the 1950s, and he was accepted by Texans, and he accepted them. He loved the state of Texas, and so did Mrs. Bush, and the reciprocal was true as well. He became just an icon of the Lone Star State. Again, the lack of pretense, no presumption of any kind, and he simply was very equipped, and then he went in from there to the Congress, ran unsuccessfully for the Senate. President Nixon appointed him the United Nations ambassador, which began his extraordinary foreign policy expertise. Then, of course, the CIA. In between, he had a political task as director of the Republican National Committee, but as well as he became the first liaison of the United States to the People's Republic of China. You could not be better prepared to understand America's role in the world and its place in that world than was George H.W. Bush.
Yeah, Larry, if you're still with us, I want to talk a little bit about the extraordinary number of roles George H.W. Bush played in his life. He seemed to have so many talents, and he succeeded in so many fields, in business, in his military career, in his political career. Do you think he was a person who set goals for himself from the outset? Do you think he said to himself, I want to be president someday, and here's the way to do it? Or he set sort of mini goals. First, I want to make my fortune, I want to serve my country, I want to make my fortune, I want to become president. How do you think he managed to accomplish all that he did?
he kept focused on whatever his goal was at the moment. Now, it's certainly true that a fair number of our presidents were whistling "Hail to the Chief" even as children.
Right.
So I'm sure he had some ambition. His father was a U.S. senator. He saw presidents. But Kurt just made a very interesting observation. If you do measure the number of really important jobs that he had, he might well have been the best prepared president, maybe except for Thomas Jefferson. I do have to defend the founder of my university, so maybe it was a tie between Thomas Jefferson and George H.W. Bush. But it is remarkable how many of these experiences he had. Why did he have them? Because he instilled confidence in people that he could carry out an agenda, do it well, accomplish the important goals, and also do some of it privately. Maybe his mother really did inculcate those values. He didn't need to boast about everything. Everybody didn't have to know about everything.
Right. I just want to point out that we're watching members of Congress filing in. Nancy Pelosi, we saw her earlier, and we're looking at a live picture of the motorcade accompanying President George H.W. Bush's hearse on its way to Capitol Hill. Clearly, this is a moment and a day that has been planned to the T, every second accounted for. Even that new D.C. traffic, which of course this motorcade is not encountering, but they seem to be right on schedule, if not ahead of schedule. Larry, going back to the Bush family dynasty, so much of the backbone of this family was Barbara Bush. In another era, would she have been the politician?
That's a great question. If we could go 50 years into the future, I wouldn't be surprised at all, or maybe both of them would be politicians. After all, it happened with Bill and Hillary Clinton.
That's right.
They both were senior politicians. So, I also have to say Barbara Bush had very good political judgment. She's the one who counseled Jeb Bush not to run for president, that 3 Bushes as president was probably one too many. And she was right. She was absolutely right.
Yeah, she never put a wrong foot forward. She just had a nose for politics and a nose for the right thing to do. And we are going to go now to the CBS News Network special report.
This is a CBS News special report. I'm Jeff Glor, reporting from the U.S. Capitol tonight. The motorcade carrying the body of George H.W. Bush is arriving here at this hour. As you see, following a ceremony that will begin shortly, the 41st president will lie in state in the Capitol Rotunda until Wednesday morning, when a state funeral will be held. Burial in Texas will follow on Thursday. I am joined here at the Capitol as we watch this extraordinary scene by CBS This Morning's Nora O'Donnell, and in our Washington studio by Bob Schieffer, John Dickerson, Margaret Brennan, and Major Garrett. Nancy Cordes is here on Capitol Hill, and as the caravan of vehicles makes its way forward, we'll check in with Nancy first. Nancy, tell us what we're about to expect here.
Well, Jeff, I don't know if you can hear the drums behind me, but the U.S. Army has moved into position here on the east front of the Capitol, and a short time from now, the motorcade bearing the casket of the 41st president will arrive here. A military honor guard will gently remove it from the hearse and then carry it up the east steps of the Capitol behind me. And waiting at the top of those steps will be his longtime friend, his former Secretary of State, James Baker, who made the trip here to Washington with the 41st president's casket from Houston today, but also his former Vice President, Dan Quayle, and more than a dozen members of his cabinet. So that should be a very poignant sight. And then the casket will be carried into the rotunda of the Capitol, a very special ceremony, only the 36th person to lie in state or lie in repose here in the U.S. Capitol in history. There will be the laying of wreaths, a brief ceremony where we'll hear remarks from congressional leaders and also from the current Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence, who is now here at the Capitol as well. We have already begun to see some members of the public line up. They will be allowed in later tonight. And to give you a sense, Jeff, of the scene that we're about to witness over the next couple of days, when the last president laid in state here at the U.S. Capitol back in 2007, Gerald Ford, 57,000 people filed through the Capitol Rotunda over a couple of days to pay their respects. And we're expecting to see that kind of outpouring here over the next couple of days for George H.W. Bush as well.
Right, so what you have here now and what you're looking at on the screen is the hearse that carries the former president as part of this procession. That is then followed by a limo carrying President George W. Bush, his son, and his wife. That's followed by the Secret Service then, of course, and there's a couple family buses because at least 17 members of the family came with them as we watched the arrival here. Nora, and the drums don't just sound poignant here, but the picture-perfect sunset that we're looking at behind us here.
Sun is setting here in Washington, just as the most important people in Washington have come on the east front of the Capitol to say goodbye. I was downstairs and many of the senators of both parties were making their way to the Capitol Rotunda. This is a bicameral and a bipartisan welcoming ceremony.
I saw you ran into Senator Shelby there just a few moments ago. We saw John Sununu. So many names that we've become so familiar with, past and present here in Washington. Let's listen in for a moment. So the arrival ceremony you're about to watch includes about 1,000 people. That will then be followed by a service there, which will last for about an hour, and then the president's casket will lie in state until Wednesday morning before the full service at the National Cathedral. As we mentioned, Bob Schieffer, John Dickerson, Margaret Brennan, Major Garrett. Look at that picture of our nation's capital tonight as the sun sets in more ways than one this week.
It's the end of an era.
It's pretty amazing to look at. Bob, talk about what goes through your mind as you watch all this.
Well, I can remember when Lyndon Johnson lay in state, and I remember my wife and I going up there that night, and Linda and Lucy, his daughters, were there shaking hands with everybody, and down through the years, Gerald Ford, I think we just said, was the last president to lay in state. And I guess we ought to, all of this is a strict protocol, and no one but a president lays in state. John McCain's casket was there, but you say, what is it, Major?
Repose.
If it's someone other than a president, they lie in repose. But you have to be a pretty cynical person not to be moved by watching and seeing the kinds of pictures that we're seeing here today. It's almost indescribable to me.
It's a reminder of the institutional importance of our country with the presidency, and that the presidency is an all-encompassing office. It is elected as a representative of one party, but the presidency is meant to serve the entire country. In moments like this, when we reflect on a president's legacy, the whole country gets a chance to take its own stock, and historians take their own stock, and the country sort of sits back and says, presidencies matter as a national institution, not strictly a partisan institution or a representative of one ideology or one political party by itself. To govern this country successfully, to govern this country in a bipartisan way, as George Herbert Walker Bush clearly did and demonstrably and organically did, you need both parties at the table and both parties in agreement. When he talked about, many years later, the Americans with Disabilities Act, which transformed the lives of 40 to 50 million Americans, he said it had to be bipartisan, or as he said, nonpartisan. That was its legacy. That's why it was durable, because so many stakeholders of both parties were involved in drafting that and seeing it implemented. That's instructive in the way to approach politics that lasts and changes things for the better.
You know, we've been talking about the family all day, and just when you see all those old former staffers, I mean, they are undoubtedly remembering those crucible moments with George Bush. I mean, during the Cold War, when real things were at stake, the fights over the budget, and then the political campaigns. He ran in some very tough political campaigns, and all of the people gathered there at the top of the steps are no doubt reflecting back on those moments when they hadn't gotten any sleep for long periods of time, and they were there in the trenches with George Bush.
And so often people refer to H.W. in this one-term president in an almost as derisive way. But if you look at the period of time when he was in that presidency, along with those cabinet members that you were just talking about, the kind of experience he surrounded himself with, it was sort of the dream team foreign policy-wise. You had Brent Scowcroft, his dear friend James Baker, who was sharing those details of his passing with us yesterday. Dick Cheney was here with us on Face the Nation, and he said the country was really lucky to have him when they did. Because yes, it was just a 4-year term, but he came into that job with the inheritance knowing everything, all the risks facing the world, because he'd been vice president, because he'd been CIA director, and managed through what could have been a tremendously risky period of time at the end of the Cold War, managing that and really opening the door to America becoming the sole superpower at that time.
And you remember, having talked to James Baker, one of the first things that George Herbert Walker Bush did was settle accounts in Central America, quiet Nicaragua and that war which had bedeviled Ronald Reagan's presidency, and that was a platform to do other successful maintenance and stabilizing initiatives on the global stage.
You just saw George W. Bush and his wife Laura making their way to the top of the steps there. The rest of the family on those two buses then that you see behind the hearse and the vehicle that was carrying the 43rd president. And to Bob's point earlier about how rare this, yes, it is rare. It was Gerald Ford laid in state in 2006. It was Reagan before that in 2004, Nixon in '94. But before that, we hadn't seen a state funeral for a president since 1973. So it doesn't happen that often. And it is a remarkable image and process to watch play out here, especially on a day and a night and in a moment like this, Nora.
Spectacular. And the former president has chosen as his pallbearers former Navy captains, admirals, all who commanded the CVN 77 and her carrier strike group. So they are positioned at the base of the Rotunda steps to be those pallbearers. And that speaks to this man who held the position of commander-in-chief, but also started his nearly 70 years in public service when he was 18 years old as a Navy pilot. 58 combat missions, nearly died, lost 2 of his crewmates, Delaney and White. That affected him for his entire life.
Which is why he didn't often talk about that service, because he was fully cognizant of the fact that 2 of his brothers died in service. And yes, it's also worth noting, as you all did earlier, that everybody looks at that video, that old tape, which the president has talked about before, of a camera, of him seeing a camera when he was rescued at sea after his plane was shot down. And a lot of people look at that, and it's worth remembering also all the other missions in places and times when he put himself in danger.
That 8mm footage when he was rescued by the sailors on the USS Finback.
Here's the casket the back of the hearse being opened. And we'll pause for another moment here. Hard to imagine the heavens providing a more picturesque scene here in the Capitol as we take a look at this.
That is President George W. Bush, and he is speaking there by Major General Howard, who has helped craft this entire state funeral. From beginning to end, it has been in the process for years.
So he talked about nothing less than first class all the way. The pallbearers for the 41st president's casket include an admiral, 3 vice admirals, 8 rear admirals, and a captain, who will then take that casket up the steps to a clearly emotional George W. Bush as he watches all this.
I think if I just read Laura Bush's lips, she said, "How beautiful."
We've been saying the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's
The sun has just about set.
Yeah.
And
it's
given the advance work that the Bush team is known for, they will have planned this to the minute,
yeah.
so that the sun will be setting and disappear just as his casket enters the United States Capitol to lie in state. John Meacham, who is the president's biographer, and spent so much time with him, and he's speaking at the state funeral on Wednesday at the National Cathedral. He said character is destiny. Presidents don't change when they get to that office. They become more of what they are. It's the overwhelming tsunami of history does not allow you in that maelstrom to suddenly discover someone you are not.
Another 21-gun salute for our 41st president, George H.W. Bush, as we watch his son look on and say goodbye. As the pallbearers bring that casket up the Capitol steps. As you mentioned, Nora, such a delicate, choreographed, exact movement. casket being preceded by the Special Honor Guard. When the casket reaches the top of the steps here, it'll be greeted by President Bush's former Vice President Dan Quayle, also James Baker, who was also the former Secretary of State, and White House Chief of Staff, who was on the plane as well, and with the President in his final moments, Andy Card, former Vice President Dick Cheney, Elizabeth Dole, Bob Gates, Colin Powell, Senator Lamar Alexander. The list of names is pretty amazing to think about. And the comment that Bob Gates made, by the way, after the president passed, regarding what he did and his stewardship of this country and this world, for that matter, when he said there's no precedent in all of history for the collapse of a heavily armed empire without a major war. He was a figure of enormous historical importance.
One of our most consequential presidents, presiding over a change of the global world order, and has been remarked, did not spike the football with the fall of the Soviet Union. And I think his life, I'm touched by this because it's extraordinary to see this. And I'm also just reminded about the nobility of service to one's country. And I wonder if that's a lost ideal in some ways. And so for all of us to pause and remember about the deep sacrifice that our men and women in the military make, to have a commander-in-chief who has served and honored that. He is the last president to have served in combat.
As John Dickerson, President George W. Bush watches the casket of George H.W. Bush pass by him.
It's just, you can see, I mean, the Bushes make fun of that they're a family of criers. I was at a funeral once, and George Herbert Walker Bush, eulogizing his friend Hugh Sidey, the former journalist, broke down, and it was a sign of the deep friendships he had. And so his son, it's got to be just overwhelmingly emotional watching this beautiful tribute at the beginning of this ceremony.
And we heard from James Baker yesterday when he was recounting those final moments that he was there for with the former president, that 40 minutes before he passed, in those final moments when he was calling all of his children, the very last phrase was to Bush 43, to the former president, George W., saying, "I love you too."
And this is the most, in my opinion, beautiful building in all of America, the nation's capital. I've worked in the Capitol, I've worked at the White House. The White House is impressive, it has a grandeur, but I think the Capitol is the most beautiful building in all of America. Its architecture speaks to the world about its lofty aspirations, its high ideals, and those who work in it love and revere it for that reason. And George Bush is returning to the place where he started his political career, as a member of the House of Representatives, elected in 1966. Lying in the Rotunda is close to his political origins as a member of the House, first and foremost, and serving in government in many other capacities. I got a note from Tom McMillan, a Democrat from Maryland who was in Congress during Bush's presidency. And he recounts the story, February 26, 1991. He's in the House gym. President Bush was in the House gym because he retained his House gym privileges even as president. He's playing... That is to say, Tom McMillan is in the gym. He notices on CNN that Saddam Hussein has surrendered. He knows President Bush is in the sauna, and he wrote me a note where he says, By then, President Bush was in the sauna with his buddies. I turned to the Secret Service agents and asked if the president knew about this development, and they told me to tell him the good news. So I opened the door of the sauna. With the steam blocking my view, I said to the president that I had just heard that the war was over. He said, "Tom, that is truly great news, and thanks for letting me know. I've wondered how often one has had the opportunity to tell a president that a war is over." That was told to the President of the United States in the House gym by a Democrat who he had knew and had a good relationship with. That in itself is a kind of illustrative story about George H.W. Bush, his relationship with the House, and his bipartisanship.
And look at this from the dome of the Capitol looking down now. This is where the body will lie in state. You know, the part that I find so reassuring about this is its sameness. We do this the same way. In the same way we vote our presidents in, they take the oath, they pledge to defend the Constitution. There are no oaths to people, but to the Constitution. And this is just one of the ceremonies that forms the foundation of our government. And to me, that's the part that I feel good about.
The ritualistic fabric of American political life.
It's hard not to feel good about the country when you watch all of this happen this afternoon, while we also remember his service.
But as George W. Bush said, "My father taught me that the office of the presidency is more important than the man who occupies it." He said it was one of the most important things his father taught him, and that whoever occupies that office should bring honor to that office. And we should point out that the Lincoln catafalque right there, Bob, as you mentioned, what's the same? That's the same since 1865, built to support Lincoln's casket. And if you come and visit this beautiful building, as Major mentioned, you can see the catafalque. It's held down in the basement, and you can walk by and see it, or you can visit in the next day or two and see President George Herbert Walker Bush lying in state.
Before the public is invited, though, what we're about to watch here is the service that you're about to watch. You'll hear the invocation, remarks from the Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell will speak. Paul Ryan, the outgoing Speaker of the House, will speak. The Vice President will then speak. You'll see America the Beautiful performed by the U.S. Naval Academy Glee Club. Laying of wreaths by the Senate Majority and Minority Leaders, a laying of wreath by the House Speaker, a laying of wreath by the Vice President, another performance by the Glee Club, and then benediction. When all that is finished this evening, there'll be an organized departure from the Rotunda, and then the public viewing begins tonight at 7:30, and again we'll run through Wednesday morning. Let's pause again here. Margaret Brennan remains in our studio there. Margaret, you spoke to James Baker yesterday about some of the president's final moments. I wonder if you can talk about that for a moment.
James Baker, of course, people know him from all the illustrative titles, esteemed titles he held, but he put himself forward to talk as just the best friend of the 41st president yesterday. Spoke in very personal terms, saying it was a very peaceful passing. He described it as very peaceful, gentle, he said. He was by his side, walked into the room a few times that day and said to him, Jefe, which is what he called him, Chief, you're going to heaven. And they they talked through, he said, with his wife and with the kids, had some final moments, and it was a good 40 minutes before he passed, from his final words until that final breath. And he said it was a very gentle passing. And it's important to hear, I think, from that personal level from James Baker, because you hear time and again with the presidency how isolating it is. And the 41st president had by his side one of his very best friends running his political campaigns, advising him on some of the most staggering issues of global threats and imbalances. And to his final moments, that's who was there rubbing his feet and saying his goodbyes.
George H.W. Bush's first son, eldest son, George W. Bush, watches really welled up with emotion as his brother, his wife, and then his brother stand next to him, and Jeb Bush's wife, Columba.
Vice President Quayle is there, and he said...
You don't see him much a lot,
yeah.
But you do here tonight.
He said our 41st president was the most honorable, decent, and capable of gentlemen, as close to the ideal of the office as anyone in our lifetimes.
Vice President Pence, members of the Supreme Court there as well. We saw Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell.
We give you thanks, Almighty God, for the appearance among us of great men and women who serve as inspirations for all Americans to be their best in service to God, country, and neighbor. This day, we honor our 41st President, George H.W. Bush. President Bush dedicated his entire life to public service as a vocation, first in the military, then as a member of Congress, a diplomat, director of the CIA, vice president, and finally, president. It is a record of service reminiscent of John Quincy Adams and unmatched in nearly a century. We thank you, O God, for having endowed President Bush with noblesse oblige, and ask that his example of service to others might be an inspiration to all Americans, indeed to all the world. As we continue this celebration of honor, grant that all who attend to these proceedings might be desirous of being our best selves in service to all our brothers and sisters, as you might call us to be. Dear Lord, thank you for inspiring such greatness in President George H.W. Bush and continue to bless the United States of America. Amen.
"30 years ago, on the west front of this Capitol, George Herbert Walker Bush addressed the nation for the first time as our president. He said, 'We meet on democracy's front porch, a good place to talk as neighbors and as friends.' The words of a humble servant who loved his fellow citizens, and of a principled leader who knew America not only guards our own future, but also safeguards democracy for the world. Today, this hero has returned to the Capitol a final time, not on the front porch of our democracy this time, but here in its hallowed cathedral, beneath paintings that tell the story of our land and our liberty, and flanked by statues of his fellow champions whom he joined in making that story possible. George Bush was just a teenager when he volunteered for military service and became the Navy's youngest aviator. He was only 20 on that September day in 1944 when his plane was hit on a bombing run. But through the fire and smoke, George Bush stayed steady at the controls. Only once he accomplished his mission did he parachute out over the Pacific. A steady hand, staying the course. That's what George Bush gave us for decades. Decorated aviator, congressman, ambassador to the United Nations, envoy to China, CIA director, 8 years as vice president, and our commander-in-chief. Through the Cold War and the Soviet Union's collapse, he kept us on course. When the rule of law needed defending in the Persian Gulf, he kept us on course. With his even temperament and hard-won expertise, George Herbert Walker Bush steered this country as straight as he steered that airplane. He kept us flying high and challenged us to fly higher still. And he did it with modesty and kindness that would have been surprising in someone 1/10 as tough and accomplished as he was. The patriot who lies before us was blessed with many gifts, but there was no doubt which he prized most of all. A great love story began at that Christmas dance when George Bush met Barbara Pierce, and the grace and virtue they taught their children have enriched this nation through a family of leaders. Today, the nation stands with that family, with our 43rd president, with Jeb, Neil, Marvin, and Doro, and all the Bush grandchildren and great-grandchildren. We stand with you in mourning, but also in gratitude. Gratitude for lives well lived and duties thoroughly fulfilled. Gratitude that God gave this country George and Barbara Bush, and that they may now be reunited in the light of his grace.
As Americans, we have no more solemn duty than laying a great patriot to rest. Here lies a great man. To the Bush family, on behalf of the whole House, Republicans and Democrats, we are profoundly sorry for your loss, and we are honored to celebrate this wonderful life with you. Like so many, I feel a personal debt of gratitude today, a sentiment no doubt countless millions of Americans are feeling at this moment. The 1988 campaign, that was the first one I was ever involved with. We handed out literature at the Janesville Craig Cougar ball games and at the Rock County 4-H Fair. I remember going to this big rally at Miami of Ohio the day after the first debate. The whole experience really drew me into politics. He was the first president I had the chance to vote for. And he was the first president to teach me and many of us that in a democracy, sometimes you fall short. And that how you handle that is just as important as how you win. An old preacher once said, "Grace is but glory begun, and glory is but grace perfected." Grace is but glory begun, and glory is but grace perfected. Glory is transcendent in the life of our republic. This rotunda is a trumpet call to glory. Tributes to the giants all the way up into the sky. Grace is different. It's more elemental. It is not larger than life. It is the stuff of life, the connective tissue in a free society. It deepens the well of our common humanity. Throughout his life of service, President Bush personified grace. His character was second to none. He reached the heights of power with uncommon humility. He made monumental contributions to freedom with a fundamental decency that resonates across generations. No one better harmonized the joy of life and the duty of life. There's that indelible image of him as Commander-in-Chief during the Gulf War, waving to a sea of troops during a visit during Thanksgiving. There are all these images we have of him as a devoted husband, that twinkle in his eye that Barbara always brought out, especially in those big, huge family photos you all had in Kennebunkport. This one I will never forget. There was that image of him as a loving father reaching out to hold his son's hand at the National Cathedral after 9/11. There's this letter he wrote his children on the last day of 1990 as he wrestled with a decision over Operation Desert Storm. He begins by recounting the family Christmas, and he apologized if he seemed distracted. "I tried not to be," he writes. Then for about a page, he elaborates on his struggle over sending young Americans into harm's way. Twice in the letter, he writes, "Every human life is precious." And the original copy, he adds by hand a note wishing his family a new year. In consequential times, George Herbert Walker Bush demonstrated the finest qualities of our nation and of humankind. A great leader and a good man. A gentle soul of firm resolve. He showed us that how we live is as important as what we achieve. His life was a hymn of honor. His legacy is grace perfected. His memory will belong to glory. God bless the 41st President of the United States.
Speaker Ryan, Leader McConnell, Leader Schumer, Leader Pelosi, members of Congress, distinguished guests, but most of all, President George W. Bush, Governor Jeb Bush, Neil, Marvin, Doro, and the entire Bush family. It is deeply humbling to stand before you today at the beginning of a week in our nation's capital when we will commemorate and celebrate the lifetime of service and leadership of the 41st President of the United States, President George Herbert Walker Bush. The Bible tells us to mourn with those who mourn and grieve with those who grieve. And today, on behalf of the First Family and my family and the American people, we offer our deepest sympathies and respects to your family. And we thank you for sharing this special man with our nation and the world. Today, President Bush becomes the 32nd American to lie in state in the United States Capitol Rotunda. Soon, Americans from every corner of the country and every walk of life will make their way to this rotunda to pay the respects of a grateful nation. Upon the death of Abner, it is written that King David said, "Do you not realize that a commander and a great man has fallen in Israel this day?" George Herbert Walker Bush was such a man. While he was known as the quiet man, it was not for lack of nerve or daring. For in all of his 94 years, President Bush never lost his love of adventure, and he never failed to answer the call to serve his country. Born into a tradition of public service, George Herbert Walker Bush began his own life of service when he was still in high school. After the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor in December of 1941, he wanted to do his part, so he enlisted in the United States Navy on his 18th birthday. On receiving his wings, he became the nation's youngest naval aviator and was sent to the South Pacific, where his story almost ended. September 1944, on a bombing raid over Chichijima, his aircraft was hit. His engine caught fire, but he still managed to hit his target before bailing out and being rescued by American forces after some 4 hours at sea. All told, he flew 58 combat missions. And for his bravery under fire, he earned the Distinguished Flying Cross, which would have been enough honor for any American life. But George Herbert Walker Bush was just getting started. After he came home, he staked his claim to a booming post-war America by making a name for himself in the oil business. For 4 years, he walked these halls as a congressman from Houston. President Nixon took notice of the young Texan and asked him to be our ambassador to the United Nations. He led our party during a tumultuous time for the presidency, and after earning the respect of another president, he did the work of a diplomat as the first United States envoy to China and led the CIA. And then, for 8 years, George Herbert Walker Bush served as the 43rd Vice President of the United States. I'm told as he was preparing to become Vice President, he once joked about the job, saying that there was, quote, nothing substantive to do at all. But as history records, during those years, he set the standard as a sound counselor and loyal advisor to an outsider who came to Washington, D.C. to shake things up, cut taxes, rebuild the military. And together they did just that. And then, in 1988, he made history again, when George Herbert Walker Bush was elected in a landslide as the 41st President of the United States of America, becoming the first sitting vice president to win the presidency in more than 150 years of our history. He served during an uncertain time in the world, made momentous by his leadership. President Bush oversaw the fall of the Soviet Union, the crumbling of the Berlin Wall, and under his leadership, America won the Cold War. He took our nation to war to repel aggression in the Persian Gulf, and through his leadership as Commander-in-Chief and the brilliance of our armed forces, the United States won a decisive victory. When President George Herbert Walker Bush left office, he left America and the world more peaceful, prosperous, and secure. President Bush was a great leader who made a great difference in the life of this nation. But he was also just a good man who was devoted to his wife, his family, and his friends. I was lucky enough to meet him in 1988 when he was vice president, and I was a 29-year-old just getting started in politics. Then, as always, I was struck by his approachability. There was a kindness about the man that was evident to everyone who ever met him. All his years in public service were characterized by kindness, modesty, and patriotism. He was so modest, in fact, that he never wrote an autobiography. But he did leave a record of his life in the thousands of letters that he wrote. I'm told that he started writing letters to his parents when he was 18 years old. And over time, his circle of correspondence grew to include family, friends, advisors, staff, business associates, former presidents, and just about anyone who would take the trouble to write to him. After a lifetime of writing letters, my son got one just not too long ago. As I told two of his sons this weekend, when our son made his first tailhook landing as a Marine aviator on the USS George Herbert Walker Bush, I took the liberty of writing the ship's namesake to ask for a small favor. I didn't write him as a vice president to a former president. I just wrote as a proud dad of a Marine aviator to a former Navy pilot. I asked him to sign a picture of the flight deck that I could give to my son. Now, we were told by the staff that the president had long since ended the practice of signing autographs, and we understood that. But little to my surprise, just in time for my son's winging, there came not only a signed photograph, but, of course, a letter, hand-signed as well, August 2018. In that letter, President Bush wrote to my son, in his words, "Congratulations on receiving your wings of gold. I know how proud you and your family are at this moment." And then, in words that assured us that the letter came directly from him, he wrote, quote, "Though we have not met, I share the pride your father has for you during this momentous occasion, and I wish you many CAVU days ahead. All the best, G. Bush." I would come to learn that acronym, CAVU for short, is a term Navy pilots have used since World War II. It stands for ceiling and visibility unlimited. President Bush described CAVU, in his words, as the kind of weather we Navy pilots wanted when we were to fly off our carrier in the Pacific. And he once wrote a letter to his children saying that CAVU, in his words, describes my own life as it's been over the years and as it is right now. Ceiling and visibility unlimited. You know, that may well describe the essence of this man. And it may well have been his vision. The vision he had for his life, for his children, his children's children, and his country. No barriers, no boundaries, no limits. So we mourn with those who mourn and grieve with those who grieve. But we do not grieve like those who have no hope. For President George Herbert Walker Bush had that hope. His faith sustained him throughout his life of service, and we pray that faith will be a source of comfort for all those who mourn the loss of this good man and great American. President George Herbert Walker Bush loved his family, and he served his country. His example will always inspire, and his lifetime of service will be enshrined in the hearts of the American people forever. May God bless the memory of George Herbert Walker Bush. May God comfort his family and friends. And may God continue to bless the United States of America.
Let us pray. Eternal Father, strong to save, in whom we live and move and have our being, we praise you for your generous providence that provided our nation and world with the gift of your servant, President George Herbert Walker Bush. Lord, we're grateful for the privilege you gave us to learn and grow from his integrity, kindness, heroism, courage, excellence, service, intellect, humility, civility, and spirituality. As we celebrate this well-lived life, challenge us, O God, to also leave the world better than we found it. Continue to comfort those who mourn. Touch each member of the Bush family with your mercy, love, and grace. And God, support us all the day long until the shadows lengthen and the evening comes and the busy world lies hushed and the fever of life is over and our work is done. Then, in your mercy, grant us a safe lodging and a holy rest and a peace at last. We pray in the name of George Herbert Walker Bush's Savior and friend, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Drop into those people who want.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tanya Rivero. President George H.W. Bush is lying in state in the Capitol Rotunda in Washington. There is a picture of his casket there. House and Senate leaders held an elaborate ceremony for the late president Monday. It was a who's who of Washington. Supreme Court justices and cabinet members were on hand, along with current and former top-ranking officials from previous administrations, and of course, dozens of members of the extended Bush family. Members of the public will be able to pay their respects starting at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time this evening. Bill Plant is a former CBS News senior White House correspondent, and he joins us now. Bill, we dug up a picture of you with former President George H.W. Bush. How would you characterize his time in the White House from a journalist's perspective?
Tanya, George H.W. Bush was a man of manners. Everything he did was done in a very patrician way, a very mannerly way. He could never really do anything nasty. He was a politician, and he did understand that politics is sometimes rough, but he didn't do it personally. He also was very, very loyal. He was Reagan's vice president for 8 years, and he never contradicted Ronald Reagan. But Reagan, who was famously, I would say, disconnected from the everyday workings of his administration, was so different than George H.W. Bush that Bush would often like to remind people that he was involved in the details. Mm-hmm. He popped into the briefing room one day, and he said, "Hi," he said, "ask me anything," which is, of course, something that the president never did. He also said to us one day, he said, "Are you going to stick around?" There were 3 or 4 of us talking to him, and we said, "Well, we don't know, Mr. Vice President, you know, depends on what our bosses tell us. Are you going to stick around?" Well, he said, "I hope so."
Bill, let's talk about his role in ending the Cold War, because, of course, you know, President Reagan is given credit and has the great photo op of the Berlin Wall coming down under his watch. But, of course, it was President Bush who helped the world usher in this new era, which was in some ways the more complicated part of it and the part that needed the expert touch. How did he react? As you've pointed out, he did not celebrate. He was more restrained about the end of the Cold War.
He was very careful not to spike the ball, not to do the end zone dance. Part of that, I think, was a result of his upbringing. He was trained from infancy never to put himself out there first. He famously said many times that his mother forbade him to use the word I. No, there's no I. No I in team, as the coaches like to say. And that's something his mother was teaching him early on. But also, he told James H. Baker, the A. Baker, the Secretary of State, who's a good friend, that there was a lot of business to be done with the Russians, even after the fall of the Berlin Wall and the collapse of the Soviet Union, and that he didn't see any point in trying to lord it over them or celebrate. So he didn't rub it in, and that was very deliberate.
And Bill, you mentioned his mother and the lessons that his mother taught him. You also say that he called his mother every day. And as a mother to sons, I can only hope that my sons will grow up to call me every day. What was it about their relationship that was so special?
Well, he held his mother in high esteem and great respect. And he was very attentive to her during his time in Washington, during his time in the White House as vice president, and then as president. She lived into her 90s, and as you said, he called her every day and was obviously somebody who really valued her and showed her an immense amount of respect. It was part of the way he was raised, I think, and what he believed. He said something that sort of encapsulated who he was when he lost the presidency to Bill Clinton. As he was leaving, he said, "I believe I have upheld the honor of the President of the United States." And he meant of the office, not of himself.
He was very clear that he was there to serve the office. The office was not there to serve him. Kurt Smith is also on the phone with us. He's a former speechwriter for President Bush from 1989 to 1993 and a senior lecturer at the University of Rochester. Kurt, thank you so much for being with us. Tell us, if you would, what the former president was like as a boss. We've talked about him as a president, even as a father, but we'd like to hear what it was like to work for George H.W. Bush.
Well, I think what I'm about to say would be echoed by virtually anyone who worked with him during his long and distinguished career. But I, as you suggest, wrote speeches for him for the 4 years of his administration, and then after he lost in 1992, worked for the next 4 years heading his speech staff in a volunteer capacity, in which case I got to know him much better, both at Kennebunkport and also at Houston, his two homes where he divided the year. During those 8 years, and also intermittently since, working on speeches on the phone, I never exchanged a crossword with him. And that was much more his doing than mine. He was an extraordinary human being. I've said this, and I know it's an arbitrary opinion, but I think when you look, irrespective of the ideology or the quality or the party or the affiliation, just in terms of the human qualities of George H.W. Bush, he may be the most decent human being to ever occupy the White House.
And Kurt, how would you describe his voice as a politician? I mean, obviously, as his speechwriter, you were doing your best to capture his authentic voice in the speeches you wrote for him. How would you describe his authentic voice?
Sparse, Spartan, direct, honest, authentic, the real McCoy. If I gave him, for example, or any of the writers, a cultural reference, a joke, or something of this ilk, and he didn't understand it, or it didn't seem honest to him, he wouldn't use it. I mean, he was so unlike other politicians for whom I've written and know that it really was quite sterling. So what I did was give him, and I was delighted to do this because this was true of my dad. I gave the president Hope and Crosby, and more Hope and Crosby, in terms of the jokes from their movies and their marvelous career. And this was something that he loved and he understood because it was part of his upbringing, and frankly, part of the upbringing of most of Middle America, which was the cultural base, particularly of the Republican Party, but also of the base which gave him 40 state landslide in 1988. And so, if you worked with Bush on that kind of basis, it was a delight, absolute delight. And I think that what viewers should know also, and listeners, is that unlike some politicians, there was absolutely no degree of separation between the person that you saw trying to run the free world and the real person individually, because what you saw was what you got.
And Bill, does that ring true to your memories, what Kurt is describing? When you interviewed the late President Bush, did you have a similar reaction?
Absolutely, Tanya. I mean, he said he wanted a kinder, gentler nation when he was taking the job in his inaugural address. But I have to tell you, he was a kinder, gentler kind of guy. And he had that personality which was, as I think was just described, a bit sparse. But he was right to the point. He knew exactly where he was going and what he wanted. And you know, we talk about what a nice guy he was, which he certainly was, but he was also very capable of making political decisions. But he just, in the way he treated people and couched what he did, he was always a gentleman.
You know, we have some sound from Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan, who I thought so lovely encapsulated the best of the 41st president. Let's listen for just a moment.
His character was second to none. He reached the heights of power with uncommon humility. He made monumental contributions to freedom with a fundamental decency.
There's also a phrase in there in his words, I don't think we had it in this soundbite, where he said, and I'm paraphrasing here, so excuse me if I'm not exactly accurate, but he said something to the effect of, no one ever captured the joy of life as well as the duty of life, as well as George H.W. Bush. And, you know, that rings very true. What would you say to that, Kurt?
Oh, I think that's a lovely way of phrasing the former president. He certainly understood duty. His mother drilled duty into him, as did his patrician dad, Prescott Bush, the senator from Connecticut. But he also had a marvelous sense of joy. Someone once called him America's oldest teenager. That someone was me. I did so in a very affectionate way, because there was this joy of life that permeated how his approach to life, and I think his inner core. And I think it did spring from an extraordinary sense of what mattered in life and what didn't matter in life. I once asked him what really, you know, what counted to him, what kept him going. Was it the power, the prerequisites, the perks? And he said no, instantly. No, because that comes and goes. He said what matters is what lasts. And he said what matters is faith, family, and friends. And he had an abundance of the three. Bill Plant referred to quite tellingly and correctly, I think, when he talked about Bush's patrician upbringing. But those are the, and that's very true in terms of what's right and what's proper and what you don't do to people. And he was magnificent in that. And he had manners that would make Miss Manners envious, I think. But that is also, those values are also the values that a generation and more of Americans, including the baby boom generation, I hope, should have been brought up to appreciate, even if you grew up in a middle class or a low or middle class family, as I did. And this is what I found working with Bush, is that there was a commonality of values. He really, even though he came from an upper income family, there was an everyday quality to him. He talked the same way and approached the same way to leaders of state as he did to custodians at the White House. I know that to be true because I saw it.
So, Bill, you know, put this into perspective. A lot of people see all of this outpouring of affection and respect for the 41st president, and people wonder, is he the old school Republican Party? Is he the establishment Republican Party that really doesn't exist in that way anymore?
Well, you could certainly make the case that Republican Party is, if not dead, then certainly sleeping at the moment. But, you know, people used to complain that George H.W. Bush was out of touch with domestic politics. I don't think that was actually true, but that was the rap on him at the time. And I think a lot of that had to do with the fact that he adhered to all those traditional principles. You didn't interrupt the normal flow of business. You didn't take actions that would disrupt the thing, and people wanted disruption. Some people did, and he didn't do that. He operated off the old school script. So I think that was part of it. But he was a person who was never really out of touch, I don't think, even though some people thought that he was.
Kurt, did he ever strike you as out of touch?
No, not in the least. Not with the values with which I was raised. And I think that generations of Americans were raised. Was he out of touch? I suppose if you came of age in the 1960s and were fringe elements, I suppose so. And that's probably a credit to Bush. But no, never out of touch with the great majority of Americans. I think that was shown in 1988. I think it's been shown by the yearning, frankly, as has been shown just in the last couple of days. The yearning of what Bush embodied.
Absolutely.
And that's not simply the kinder, gentler, although I think that's part of it. But I think Bill is absolutely right in terms of how you treat people with respect and dignity, and do unto others. I mean, Bush really did not deviate from the good book in so many ways, and that, too, is the upbringing that his mother drilled into him.
Right.
And she was 100 pounds of dynamite from everything that I understand.
Well, the matriarchs of the Bush family are all every one of them are so admirable, and I often think that if we were in another era, they would also be holding office, public office. But I want to play, here's what President George W. Bush told Norah O'Donnell about what he learned from his father. Let's listen.
When it came to politics, what did you learn from him?
Well, I learned that politics is an exciting way of life. For starters, I wasn't all that interested in politics, but at age 18, my dad was running for the U.S. Senate here in Texas, and I was interested in him, and I got on the campaign trail with him and liked it. Turns out I like people a lot, and campaigning with him was awesome. It was fun. It was kind of free-spirited in a way, and so I learned politics is exciting and fun. I learned that policy matters more than politics by watching my dad. I learned that sometimes, a vote to vote your conscience is not going to be politically acceptable, like his vote on open housing. But if you defend your policy and stand strong for your policy, people ultimately respect leadership as opposed to followership. So I learned a lot from him.
Bill, clearly the younger Bush respected and loved the elder Bush, but their relationship was not always smooth sailing. Did you cover some of the rougher patches in their father-son relationship?
Well, I covered Bush 43, George W. Bush, for 2 terms, and I know that there were times that they disagreed, but they never apparently, we are told, really criticized one another. George W. Bush has said to Norah and to others who've interviewed him that what his father said to him more than anything else was, "I love you," which is very different than obviously any criticism, even though they each knew where they disagreed.
Such a great lesson. Kurt, I'm curious if you ever saw the Bush children at the White House when you were working for President George H.W. Bush.
I did, but they were not intrusive in the sense of coming into the speech quarters or the press quarters or things of this ilk. There was a firm separation of church and state, which I think is how it should be.
Certainly.
And but it was a marvelous brood, and I think that you could just see on the face of George W. Bush today the extraordinary poignancy and love and feeling, the depth that he had for his father. This was quite apparent during his lifetime. He said that, he didn't set out to emulate his father, but if he had, that would have been the best possible model that he could have chosen. And what a wonderful tribute to a dad. And I've always said that, in trying to raise children, that if I could be half the dad that George H.W. Bush was that I'd be one happy father. I'm not there yet, but I'm trying.
Right.
And incidentally, your viewers might be, listeners might be interested in something. This shows the real Bush, and I'll make this very brief. But in 2001, my wife and I adopted 2 children from Ukraine, and they were free only because of what George H.W. Bush had done in terms of the liberation of Eastern Europe, at least in large part. And they were 9 months old and 21 months old. And when we returned to our home in upstate New York, we found unsolicited 2 letters in our mailbox. They were both from George H.W. Bush, one to our son Travis, one to our daughter Olivia. They were from the former president welcoming them to the United States. And in these letters, George Bush said, "I used to be president of the United States. Now I want to be your friend."
Wow, that's...
And if this doesn't bring a wellspring of emotion, you probably have to check your pulse. But this is the thing that he did for generations. And with people that worked with him and for him, this is how he stirred loyalty. He gave loyalty back. It was a wonderful case of reciprocal fidelity. And, also, you will search far and wide before you find a former aide, assistant to George H.W. Bush, saying anything bad about his former boss. That is very rare in politics.
Well, obviously you bring up the point that family was so important to him, continues to be so important, as we can see demonstrated by the upwards of 30 Bush family members that are here on Capitol Hill right now. I want to talk for a moment about Barbara Bush, because she has been called by many people sort of the backbone of this family. And I just wonder, Bill, did you ever have the opportunity to interview her directly?
I did, and she is formidable, or was very much the sort of power behind the throne, too. I remember once at a Christmas party at the vice president's residence, I was getting ready to leave with some of my colleagues, other reporters, and she gathered us up and brought us over and sat us down and paraded out many members of the family, but most notably the vice president. And it was a way of saying, pay attention, folks, because he's going to be running for president. Now, he never said that, but it was very obvious what this was all about. It was, she was running the show.
Yeah.
I mean, when I say running the show, I don't mean running him, but she was very aware of everything that was going on.
Yes.
And she was always very involved.
I've always very much admired her and thought that if she were a younger woman today, that she would also be holding office. All right, Bill Plant and Kurt Smith, thanks to both of you for joining us. President George H.W. Bush will lie in state at the U.S. Capitol through Wednesday morning. A funeral will then be held later that day at the National Cathedral in Washington. On Thursday, there will be a private funeral in Texas, after which Mr. Bush will be buried. He will be laid to rest next to his wife, Barbara, and daughter, Robin, at the Bush Presidential Library at Texas A&M University. And still ahead this hour, President Trump says he made progress this weekend toward ending the trade war with China. Is it a peace deal or just a ceasefire? You're streaming Red and Blue. Wall Street stocks rallied on Monday following a truce in the U.S.-China trade war. President Trump agreed to delay a tariff increase on $200 billion worth of Chinese exports and tweeted late Sunday night, saying in return, China agreed to reduce and remove tariffs on American-made cars imported to China. China raised tariffs on U.S. auto imports to 40% over the summer. Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin told reporters Monday that China agreed to move toward removing auto tariffs, but the process of tariff reduction will be phased in.
Some of the issues may need more detailed work, but the idea is there will be a real agreement. And as I've said, this is the first time there was a commitment from China that the agreement will include specific dates, specific targets, specific action items. This is not going to be just kicking the can down the road.
President Trump and Chinese President Xi called their weekend meeting on the sidelines of the G20 summit in Argentina highly successful. President Trump's chief economic advisor, Larry Kudlow, says this time talks with China appear to be different.
Well, this is the furthest and most specific we've ever come. I mean, it's a good question. The history here with China promises is not very good, and we know that. And in fact, since I got in here, the last 8 or 9 months, and from Beijing's trip on, we've all been very disappointed. However, I will say this: President Xi has never been this involved. I mean, the presentation he gave to President Trump and the rest of us at dinner Saturday night was unbelievable, remarkable. And the chemistry between him and President Trump was also remarkable.
But the president's most recent foreign visit wasn't all success. David Nakamura and John Hudson write in the Washington Post, quote, "For Trump, there appears to be diminishing bandwidth to focus on foreign affairs, given that he is weighing a cabinet shakeup and has threatened a partial government shutdown this month over border wall funding." Furthermore, the Democrats' looming takeover of the House has posed new dangers for the White House in the form of potential subpoenas and investigations. And bombshell revelations last week involving former Trump associates in special counsel Mueller's probe have rattled the White House. And David joins us now, along with Caitlin Huey-Burns. David is a White House reporter for The Washington Post. Caitlin is a CBSN political reporter. David, we know we have a limited time with you, so I'm going to aim these first few questions at you. The president provided no details of how much of a reduction China had agreed to in his tweet on Sunday. The Chinese government also has yet to confirm that such a deal has even been reached. So should we count on this reduction to actually happen, considering the U.S. and China did agree to a trade war truce?
Yeah, there's a little bit of loss in translation going on here, and that's probably not surprising. I mean, reports out of China is that the state media has not informed the public of part of what the President Trump is saying about this deal, and it's a key part. The Chinese are certainly trumpeting the idea that President Trump will not raise tariffs as he had threatened to do early next year. They consider that a win, but they have not said the other part of it, which is that President Trump is saying China has agreed to buy a certain amount of goods from the United States to help sort of show good faith as they continue to negotiate. And I think the key here is that there's this 90-day ceasefire, and the markets reacted well to that. I know U.S. companies are concerned about this tit-for-tat tariff war continuing indefinitely. So that's probably the good news. The problem is, and what the White House is not saying, is it's really difficult to come to some sort of conclusion on these outstanding, deep-seated trade issues. And I think 90 days, most experts said, is not enough to really come to a full agreement. So all of this could fall apart, no matter what Xi Jinping might have been talking about in this private meeting.
Well, David, as you said, there's a 90-day timeline for the U.S. and China to work out a more permanent deal. Do we know exactly what they have agreed on so far?
We don't really, of course, and this is almost like a redux of what we saw with U.S. negotiations with North Korea. This one I think is a little bit more detailed, I suppose, in the way that the two sides sort of talked about it afterward. And we know for sure that these tariffs, for example, appear not to be going into effect as President Trump had threatened. But we don't really know the details, and until we do, I think it's a far-fetched to say this was a big breakthrough. Right. It's a partial breakthrough. It's a temporary breakthrough. through, but it certainly solves none of the really deep-seated concerns that both sides have. And certainly the Chinese have pressure as well, like President Trump does, from businesses and others to move forward on some sort of progress on this. But there's also, just like the United States, other political issues that make both sides maybe unwilling to bend on some of the key markers. So I think a lot of experts think that we're hardly through the woods, and it's very likely a threat of tariffs could come again.
And David, we mentioned your recent article earlier. You write that the president's recent trips to Paris after the midterms and to the G20 in Argentina, quote, created the impression of a president scaling back his ambitions on the world stage amid mounting political crises. So how much foreign travel do presidents usually do at this point in their term?
Well, you usually see what's interesting, leading up to an election, it's not surprising for a president to curtail foreign travel. They want to be at home campaigning. You saw President Trump undertake a very ambitious campaign schedule leading up to the midterm election in November. And that's not unusual. What both past presidents have done is sort of make up for that after the election with a long extended trip or two before the end of the year, in part, I think, to sort of get back out on the road and sort of reestablish U.S. leadership and its agenda globally. But also, I think, in some cases, especially in midterm years, maybe to sort of start fresh, turn toward foreign affairs because they may lose some power in Washington, as President Trump has, and the Democrats taking over the House, his legislative agenda in the United States could be limited on domestic policy. The presidents have more leeway on foreign affairs, but what we've seen from this president is he has only gone now on 2 trips, one to Paris for only 2 days, the short one to Argentina for the G20. That's 2 countries. There's nothing on his schedule the rest of this month. President Obama, we saw in 2010, did, I think, 6 countries, and President Bush in 2006, when he lost power in Congress, did 7 countries. And so those trips have been scheduled well in advance, but it shows the president's like to get out on the road. This president's very different. His White House says, look, he's doing America first. He's focused on his agenda, judge us by the results, and they point to the trade issues at the G20, for example. But I think others wonder if the president's losing some, ambition, globally.
All right, David Nakamura of the Washington Post, thank you so much for your time.
Sure, thanks a lot.
Caitlin, so how has Congress reacted to the president's performance at the G20 summit? Are they satisfied with this deal?
Well, there's a lot of mixed reaction when it comes to trade. Remember, trade is an issue that divides the Republican Party and kind of scrambles some alliances. So you not only had the president talking about this potential for a deal with the Chinese president, and of course there'll be a lot of questions about the details there. And I should note also that Larry Kudlow, talking to reporters, his economic advisor there, said that the start date was January 1st when it was really December 1st. So that shows kind of how much the administration needs to get in line. And then you had the president sitting down with the leaders of Mexico and Canada, signing a new NAFTA deal. And that is going to have to get approval, ripping away NAFTA is going to have to get approval from members of Congress. And when it comes to trade deals, especially big ones like that one, there are so many parochial concerns. Really, a lot of lawmakers focused on what impacts their individual districts, and so you'll see a lot of reaction based on that, even as lawmakers, particularly Republicans, say that the president is at least fulfilling campaign promises.
Sure, and there's still a lot of unknown pieces to this deal, too, that we all need to work out. So let's bring in now Molly Hooper, a CBSN political contributor and congressional reporter for The Hill. Molly, how set is the White House on getting $5 billion for the border wall? Are we moving toward a government shutdown?
Well, they are very set. They want that money. And they want it now, essentially. But right now what's going on because of course, former President George Herbert Walker Bush's funeral and his death, the House and the Senate have agreed to a 2-week extension of current funding levels for, several department agencies, including the Justice Department, State, Homeland Security. And so that funding will continue until the 21st. And between now and then, Congress needs to come up with a deal with the president. And Democrats are really sticking to the $1.6 billion in funding. But, Donald Trump wants his $5 billion. Now, he said that he could take it in different ways, not necessarily to build a concrete wall per se, but, for border funding, to solidify the border. That could be, it could be, online. It could be, various forms of border security funding. funding, but at the same time, he wants that money. And we'll see how they come up with that deal. He was supposed to meet with the Democratic leaders, Schumer and Pelosi, tomorrow. But again, so many things have been pushed off because of former President George H.W. Bush's funeral that that meeting will likely take place next week.
So, Caitlin, how are Democrats navigating this funding fight, considering the fact that they're going to be taking over the House in January?
Well, I think that the fact that control of the House switches in January is really hovering over all of this. You have the president wanting to get this deal now because he knows that it will be more difficult to secure border wall funding in the next Congress. And then you also have Democrats, on the other hand, feeling really empowered after this last election and calling the midterms a rebuke on the president, particularly on his style and his rhetoric, because Republicans lost so many seats in traditional Republican kind of suburban areas. They think that they have some momentum on their side, too. So this really all will come down to what the president is willing to take and whether he's actually willing to veto something that goes to his desk, whether he wants to play hardball here. There is nothing like a deadline around the holidays to really move and mobilize people into gear and force actors involved to abandon previous hardline stances. But we'll see.
Right.
We'll see what happens.
Well, Molly, also the question is whether the president sees this as his last chance before, the House is gone forever from his sphere of influence.
Well, that's true. But keep in mind, this president, he came in saying that he was a negotiator, a master deal cutter. So yes, it will be difficult for him to cut deals with Democrats. But at the same time, it's been very difficult for him to get Republicans all lined up on the same page for his own deals.
Right.
I mean, if you look at his health care plan that did not go through, that was stopped in the Senate, that's just one example of him having problems with members of his own party. And perhaps there are more deals to be cut with Democrats that could involve money for border security funding. Again, that doesn't necessarily mean building a wall, the concrete wall, but perhaps more funding, E-Verify, different solutions like that. And he can maybe give them what they want, more funding for social programs. He's apt to be looking for those opportunities. As to whether Republicans will like that or not, that's a different question. But again, there's so few of them over on the House side these days, you never know.
So if there is a government shutdown, who stands to lose more, Caitlin? The president, the White House, or Democrats?
Well, it's been really interesting because after government shutdowns, and we've had a couple of them actually in recent years, there hasn't really been a huge amount of political fallout for the party in control. Now, until January 3rd, Republicans are in charge of all of Congress, and of course the president is a Republican, so the responsibility really does politically fall on them. But again, because Congress will change hands, because there will be so many of those changes, and because we just had an election, I think those kinds of themes hover over all of this. And you also have, a lot of moderate Republicans who are on their way out of Congress right now. Are they, wanting this kind of fight, or do they want to just give in and go home?
Right, absolutely. Now, switching gears for a moment, Molly, CIA Director Gina Haspel is set to brief some lawmakers on Tuesday on Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi's death. How might that impact government funding talks?
Well, that removes Lindsey Graham's threat to shut down all business related to getting out of town, and that means the government funding bill. So now that he's getting his briefing from Gina Haspel, that removes his threat from holding everything up. But it also creates an opportunity for the administration to work with Congress on a measure that was set to come up this week, may not come up until early next week, regarding the U.S. military aid to the Saudi Arabians in their war with Yemen. And, that debate going forward next week, if it does in fact go forward, if they're not able to find some sort of resolution, and if lawmakers do not hear what they want to or think they're going to hear from the CIA, could set up essentially a situation where you see amendments unrelated to anything going on in Saudi Arabia coming up on the Senate floor, and could create a situation where you have these so-called vote-a-ramas all night on unrelated bills and measures, perhaps to immigration reform, the criminal justice reform bill. You never know. So right now we'll see what happens tomorrow when Gina Haspel talks to these senators behind closed doors and see how they want to proceed. But really, a lot of the debate that's been going on the Senate floor regarding Saudi Arabia and Yemen has to do with the senators not getting the information they want from the intelligence community regarding the killing of the journalist.
Right. Well, anyway you slice it, it seems after the dust settles, after George H.W. Bush's funeral service, things are going to get riled up again on Capitol Hill.
Yes.
Caitlin Huey-Burns and Molly Hooper, thanks to both of you.
Thank you.
And coming up, President Trump tweeted some kind words Monday about his longtime associate Roger Stone. Up next, we'll explain why some critics say those words amount to witness tampering. You're streaming Red and Blue.
There's no circumstance under which I would testify against the president because I'd have to bear false witness against him. I'd have to make things up, and I'm not going to do that.
And that was political consultant Roger Stone telling ABC Sunday that there's no way he would testify against the president. That statement earned Stone a Twitter shout out from the president. Mr. Trump said, quote, "It's nice to know some people still have guts." Meanwhile, the president continued his attacks on his former attorney, Michael Cohen. Mr. Trump accused Cohen of making up stories to get a reduced deal for himself. He went on to say Cohen lied for his plea deal and, in his opinion, should serve a full and complete sentence. Let's bring in now Keir Dougal and Rebecca Roiphe. Keir is a former assistant U.S. attorney in New York's Eastern District, and Rebecca is a professor of law at New York Law School and a former assistant district attorney here in Manhattan. Thanks to both of you for being with us. A very interesting time when it comes to legalese, because right after the president sent that tweet about Roger Stone, Attorney George Conway, who, by the way, is the husband of Kellyanne Conway, sent this tweet: file under 18 U.S.C. sections 1503 and 1512. So what are those sections, and what is he implying with that tweet?
Sure. So he's referencing the obstruction statutes and the witness tampering statutes in the federal code. And so you have to look at what the exchange was between Stone and the president. Just out of context and on their face, Stone is saying, "I'm only going to tell the truth," and President Trump is saying, "Great, that's what you should do." Just without any context and without any, anything else, that wouldn't be something that would be obstructive. But, right? But what you have to understand is this is the President of the United States who has the pardon power. And you have to take it in this much larger context of criticism of witnesses who appear to be saying things that hurt him legally, while praising people who are working under this, I think, objectively false predicate that the Mueller investigation is looking to create lies, looking to propagate lies.
So, Rebecca, what do you think? I mean, if a tweet essentially encourages someone not to talk to a prosecutor, could that be construed as obstruction?
It all hinges on corrupt intent. So the words in the statutes are corrupt intent. And as Keir said, you have to look at the surrounding circumstances to figure out whether there's corrupt intent. Alone, on its own, this may not be corrupt intent, but when it's combined with this pattern of conduct and tweets on the part of the president, it begins to look like something else. Also, we know that this is a president who likes to communicate through tweet and send messages to individual people through tweets. And that makes it look a lot more like it could possibly be obstruction of justice.
I would like to know what the evening conversations are like between Kellyanne Conway and her husband, George, the attorney who's come out so
it's like an added
vocally.
level of drama.
I don't even know. It would be very interesting. All right, so there's another set of clips I'd like to play. The first one is Roger Stone in response to the 2016 emails about WikiLeaks publisher Julian Assange, which special counsel Mueller is supposedly focusing on. Let's listen to that.
I had no contact with Assange. Assange himself has said, while Roger Stone is a brilliant spin master, we've had no communication with him whatsoever.
And if Robert Mueller develops evidence, says that he can show that you did talk to WikiLeaks, did communicate with WikiLeaks, and then did communicate with President Trump?
That's all speculation, George. There is no such evidence. And in fact, going back to the email, I think those have been mischaracterized. Saying that these dumps are coming turns out to be completely incorrect. They don't come in early August as predicted by Mr. Corsi. And there's no reference in that email to John Podesta's emails either. It simply says Podesta will be exposed to the American people, whatever that means.
So Adam Schiff, the top Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee, says the very existence of those emails may signal perjury by Stone. Would you agree, Keir?
Well, when we look at the draft statement of facts that Mr. Corsi released, it appears to me that Mr. Stone is walking a very fine line and being very literal about who he may have spoken to directly, as opposed to directing Corsi, who then spoke to a third individual, who then spoke to Assange, and created an open channel of communication. If this draft statement of facts, if it's authentic, if it did in fact come from the Mueller investigation, what you have is a very careful parsing of words, apparently by Mr. Stone, if that's true. So it sort of falls into the category of, admit what you can't deny and deny what you can't admit. That's a classic strategy by people who are subjects of criminal investigations.
And it's not necessarily perjury, Rebecca. What do you think of Congressman Schiff's assessment?
Well, I mean, it depends. It depends on what I mean, again, we get pieces of information and we don't have the full understanding. But yes, I mean, one of the weird things about this case is that Stone's defense is kind of like, I lie all the time. I'm just a liar kind of by profession. So, you know,
Don't blame me.
Right. And, you know, that's a weird thing to say as a defense to what may ultimately become an accusation of lying. So, you know, it remains to be seen.
It's very, very interesting because meanwhile, Jerome Corsi, whose emails with Stone are under Mueller's microscope, of course, has reportedly filed a criminal complaint against special counsel Mueller. Rebecca, what is he alleging in this complaint, and do you think it will hold up?
I think there's absolutely no chance that it will hold up unless there has been more corruption in the Department of Justice than we know about now. So essentially, he's just saying what, you know, defendants they're allowed to say, which is prosecutors are bad, prosecutors are corrupt, prosecutors are and they say this all the time. And for the most part, these allegations don't succeed. I think at the very end of the complaint is sort of the ridiculous part where he actually alleges that there's a conspiracy to conduct a coup that is led by Mueller and followed by these Democrats within the, you know, within his team, and that they've planned to overrule the, you know, American people's desire to have President Trump as their president. I mean, that is bordering on absurd.
So since this complaint seems to have any legal teeth, as it were, here, what is the strategy here?
Oh, this is straight up right out of the defendant's playbook, Chapter 1. Complain about the prosecution's process. Complain about their motives and you know, distract and delay, particularly when the facts are bad for you. This is something that undoubtedly will motivate Mueller's team. You know, as experienced prosecutors, Rebecca and I certainly faced, you know, complaints like, you know, of a similar nature about the process, and they simply motivate you more because
so they don't hold up in the end, and they just delay the process. Correct.
I would add here that I think that there's an added dimension that isn't true in most criminal prosecutions, which they're also playing into a public relations battle. Like this, there is this public relations battle against Mueller, and I think Corsi understands that that's working not just in the president's favor, but in his favor right now. So the more that he can undermine the credibility of this prosecutor, the reputation of this prosecutor, the better. And this is going to get more publicity than run-of-the-mill, you know, allegations in your normal prosecution.
Now, Mark Warner, the top Democrat on the Senate Intelligence Committee, recently said that he sent to Mueller a series of referrals for prosecution. What more do we know about that? Who could he possibly be referring to the special counsel, Rebecca?
Well, we don't know. I mean, a lot of people have paraded through that office and given testimony. So what we do know is that there has been more attention to this than I think we thought that there initially would be, and that lying to Congress is not something that the special counsel is turning a blind eye to. So it could be Trump's family. I mean, I think those are main possible targets.
So is Warner implying here that more people have lied and we want you to talk to them again? Is that, explain how these referrals work.
Right. So the DOJ gets referrals from all kinds of sources, but the thing that would be most obvious here from the Senate Intelligence Committee is false testimony.
Right.
That's the most obvious thing. And, you know, I think we've discussed previously that although there's been a sense that those types of prosecutions are rare, I think it is important with Cohen's plea, his recent plea to lying to a congressional committee, that it signals that Mueller is going to be aggressive here, and I think properly so.
And so how worried should people be about this? I mean, how much of a crime is lying to Congress, lying to the special counsel?
It's a crime. I mean, it's a crime. You do not want to be accused of this crime. And I think the thing is that Mueller has more information. He holds more cards than the Senate Intelligence Committee on some issues. So by referring it to them, they may have a sense, but Mueller has a lot more information to hold up against what it was that somebody said to the Intelligence Committee and see, is it true or is it false? It's actually pretty hard to prove because you have to prove that somebody didn't just forget or like make a mistake. They actually lied. But
which you would have, if you have evidence with emails or texts or any of the rest of it, then that is.
It's not impossible, but it's a hard charge.
But if you can convict someone on lying to the special counsel or lying to Congress, does that jail time come with that?
It can.
On a conviction?
It can. And look, the reason why it's so hard or it's infrequent is that the sort of format that congressional committees use for question and answer is different. It's not as focused necessarily and as specific as what a prosecutor might do in the grand jury.
Right.
So there's more wiggle room often in a congressional transcript, but it's very serious. It causes a gigantic waste of time for agents to run out false leads, and it costs time and money, and potentially can falsely implicate people. So it's a very serious crime. It's one that prosecutors take very seriously.
Just don't do it. Don't lie. Keir Dougal, Rebecca Roiphe, thank you so much for coming to see us. And we're going to take another look at the U.S. Capitol Rotunda now, where former President George H.W. Bush is lying in state. The state funeral will take place on Wednesday at Washington's National Cathedral. We're back after a short break. You're streaming Red and Blue.
His character was second to none. He reached the heights of power with uncommon humility. He made monumental contributions to freedom with a fundamental decency that resonates across generations. No one better harmonized the joy of life and the duty of life.
And that was Speaker Paul Ryan earlier on Monday, speaking at the ceremony for the late President George H.W. Bush. The 41st president now lies in state at the U.S. Capitol building until Wednesday. For more on the president's life and legacy, we turn now to author and historian Carl Anthony. Carl, thanks so much for joining us. As we heard there from Speaker Ryan and countless others, Mr. Bush is being remembered for his humility and his character. Was that what endeared him to so many over all these years?
I think so, but it's a fascinating moment for us to also look at why is it that these figures, presidents and first ladies, so capture our interest, not just as citizens who, of course, are affected by the laws they create, but as human beings, as people. And it very much is a case of evidence that personality, humanity, does translate into how they govern. Mm-hmm. And certainly when you look at some of the most important decisions made in this very active 4 years of his presidency, the Americans with Disabilities Act, the way he looked at a reunified Germany after the wall came down with compassion, his ability to compromise with Democrats, and in a sense, by being honest about the state of things, raised taxes and thereby reneged on his famous no new taxes promise. So his personality, his values, his integrity were directly linked to the policies that he initiated, which affected us all.
Right, and we can't really talk about Mr. Bush without talking about the relationship he had with his wife, former First Lady Barbara Bush. What an amazing woman. You've interviewed her in the past. Can you talk to us about how they navigated political life and how important her role was to his success?
Well, I think she kept him very honest. I don't like to usually draw comparisons because every individual is an individual. But I think you saw a similar kind of balance with the Obamas, as you did with the Bush seniors, in that Barbara Bush was very prickly and was very outspoken and did not mince words. And if she disagreed with somebody, and it was perhaps not necessarily a politically wise move to make a sharp remark, she would. But she usually almost always did it in great defense of her husband. Now that was in public. In private, they would disagree very openly, and but they kept that private. And so, for example, when candidate Trump was running, the former president kind of kept his own counsel and didn't say much, but Barbara Bush spoke for him and herself. And so their views were similar, but they came about those views by hashing it out between the two of them. And that occurred during his presidency, and we saw evidence of it, for example, when his advisors ran the very controversial Willie Horton ad in the 1988 campaign, and Barbara Bush really spoke out against it, and that it disturbed her and it bothered her very much. And, you know, whereas her husband saw that it was one of those things that would have to compromise a certain degree of integrity for the larger goal of trying to get elected.
Do you think that Barbara Bush would have, in a different era, she would have possibly seeked out public office herself, or do you think she just relished the role of being the behind-the-scenes powerhouse?
I think she liked the behind-the-scenes role. I think you see with many of the first ladies, in a way, they have a great degree of power with the most influential figure, yet none of the direct responsibility for those decisions, and they don't necessarily see credit for it. But you know, for example, on the issue of education, the Bushes were very much joined at the hip, and so Barbara Bush took on the issue, which has been often mistakenly understood to be reading to children. What she really was dealing with was illiteracy and a certain degree of inability of not just young children, understandably, who might not know how to read, but adults. Because adult illiteracy was a big issue. So it was a different way of addressing a common concern they shared.
So, Mr. Bush did not like the L word, legacy. But as we all reflect on his accomplishments and even his struggles, because he did have some of those as well, what makes him stand out from other presidents?
Well, he's an interesting figure when you look at where we are now and you look at how politics has evolved, the partisanship. They used to say George Bush was the last liberal Republican because, and part of that was a legacy from his own father. People forget his father was a United States Senator, Prescott Bush from Connecticut. And this was a family that, for example, supported the United Negro College Fund, that supported Planned Parenthood, and yet was also fiscally conservative and felt a certain responsibility to keeping, not spending what you didn't have. And so it was a unique kind of blend of what today we would label as both liberal and conservative values. But there's balance in that. And yes. I think, a friend of his father's, who was president at the time, Dwight Eisenhower, was the first president that George Bush had met as a young man. And I think you see a little bit of that being carried on, this sense of there being a balance.
Right.
And being really more true to values and integrity than to any particular specific political agenda.
Right, slightly more socially libertarian or liberal, if you will, and more fiscally conservative. All right, Carl Anthony, thank you so much for your insight.
Thank you.
And an emotional cartoon honoring President Bush is getting a lot of attention today. It shows Mr. Bush taking his final flight in the same plane he flew in the Navy during World War II. And in the clouds, he joins his wife, Barbara, who died earlier this year, and daughter Robin, who died from leukemia at the age of 3. The man behind that drawing is editorial cartoonist for the Mississippi Clarion Ledger, Marshall Ramsey, and he joins me now from Jackson, Mississippi. Welcome, Marshall. It's so great to have you with us.
Oh, thank you so much for having me on today.
So, Marshall, this tribute to President Bush has a backstory. It is a follow-up to your viral cartoon depicting Barbara Bush reuniting with her daughter after she passed away in April. How did you come up with that initial idea?
Well, when I guess it was in the evening when I found out she had died, and I was busy doing my #1 job. I do a lot of things, but being a dad, I guess, is #1. So I didn't do anything until the next day. And I sat down to draw it, and I started thinking, here's a person who had everything in her life. She had fame, she had, a husband of a president, a wife of a president, and a mom of a president. But she had lost her child. And I was thinking that was probably the biggest loss that any parent can fear. And so I went ahead and drew the cartoon of her being greeted by Robin when she got to heaven. And literally within an hour, Jenna Bush Hager had it on her Instagram, and it took off. And the family loved it because apparently, and unbeknownst to me, that was one of Barbara Bush's top wishes. So that kind of started the whole deal. And I'll be really honest with you, politics aside, the Bush family are some of the most gracious, kind people you will ever come across. A couple months after this happened, I went up to my mailbox in Jackson, Mississippi, and opened it up, and there are handwritten thank you notes from the Bush family in my mailbox to me. The whole world, and they took time to write it for me.
You say you're a father, I'm a mother. Just hearing about the story, even so many people who know about the Bush family don't necessarily know about the history of their daughter and losing her at such a young age. And you can't help but tear up. So how did this newest cartoon honoring the former president come about, and when did you start it?
This actually started a couple weeks after Barbara died, because as you remember, he got really sick. I think he got sepsis, but he had a viral infection, and anybody who knows anything about that knows it's very tough to beat. So I came up with the idea. I thought, well, you know what? They're going to be sitting around. They're going to be waiting for him up there. And I wanted to get the plane in there because that represented the service, obviously the service to our country that he's done in so many different forms over the years. But then George Bush, being George Bush, he fought back and he popped back. So I kind of tucked the idea away. Well, Friday night, I'm sitting there asleep in my chair because I'm an incredibly boring human being. And my wife comes in and shakes me and she says, honey, she said, George Bush has died. And I said, no. And then I remembered the idea that I had done, so many months ago, and I just sat down and drew it like at midnight and posted it. And like within an hour, it once again had gone viral. And so There's something really special about the cartoon on top of the fact that the Bush family loves it, but also the fact that so many parents have contacted me that have lost children. So it's almost like the cartoons have taken on a life of their own.
So, Marshall, what is your personal feeling? I mean, you said that these cartoons have not only touched people across the country, but they've touched personal members of the Bush family who've reached out to you, as you said, with personal notes of thanks. So what is your personal reaction to all this attention your work has gotten?
I'm very proud of the fact that the work itself is, I'm getting emails from people saying, I lost a child 2 months ago, and this is the first time I've had any hope. I mean, for me, it's kind of neat. I mean, I like talking to you right now, for instance. This is bucket list stuff. But to get that kind of reaction from people, I've drawn probably 6,000 cartoons since I've been in Jackson, and, and maybe 5,000 of them are terrible. I don't know. But to have 1 and 2 of them in the same year, to be able to not only affect the family like this, but also to affect all these other people, as an artist, I'm really, really honored by that.
Well, Marshall Ramsey, we're super thankful that you talked to us today, and thank you for sharing your talents with the world.
Well, thank you so much. I've loved talking to you.
Thank you. And that does it for this edition of Red and Blue. We will see you back here on Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern. More news after the break. You're streaming CBSN.
Hi, everyone, and thanks a lot for joining us. I'm DeMarco Morgan. Americans paid respect Monday to the nation's 41st president, George H.W. Bush, who passed away over the weekend. His body will lie in state at the U.S. Capitol until Wednesday morning. CBS News Chief Congressional Correspondent Nancy Cordes has more.
In a moment made for the history books, the sun set over Washington as the casket bearing the 41st president of the United States was carried up the Capitol steps. Awaiting it at the top, more than a dozen members of President Bush's cabinet, along with his vice president, Dan Quayle, and an emotional 43rd president, George W. Bush. Inside the Capitol Rotunda, the Speaker of the House paid tribute to a remarkable life.
There was that image of him as a loving father reaching out to hold his son's hand at the National Cathedral after 9/11.
Here at the Capitol and across the nation, flags fly at half-staff. The New York Stock Exchange observed a moment of silence for the 94-year-old who passed away Friday night at home in Houston after telling his oldest son by phone that he loved him. This morning, the younger President Bush greeted his father's casket at Ellington Air Force Base in Houston. The extended Bush family accompanied the casket to Washington aboard Air Force One, which was renamed Special Air Mission 41 for the flight to Joint Base Andrews. Mr. Bush's service dog, Sully, who kept watch at his master's casket overnight, made the journey too. At Andrews, another solemn tribute from the military for a man who was not just commander-in-chief, but one of the youngest naval aviators in World War II, flying 58 missions in the Pacific, starting at age 18. He never lost that love of flying. An aide revealed this weekend that Mr. Bush, who also loved to make a statement with his socks, had chosen to be laid to rest wearing this pair. After the war, George Herbert Walker Bush went to Yale University, founded an oil company, served 2 terms in the House of Representatives, and fathered 6 children with his beloved Barbara Bush, who passed away in April. In the 70s, Mr. Bush was appointed ambassador to the United Nations and director of the CIA.
This is the course we're going to go.
He lost his bid for the White House in 1980, but the man who beat him in the primary tapped him as his running mate, which led to an 8-year partnership. Vice President Mike Pence.
I'm told as he was preparing to become vice president, he once joked about the job, saying that there was, quote, nothing substantive to do at all.
So help me God.
In 1988, Mr. Bush won the race to succeed President Reagan by a landslide, steering the ship of state as the Berlin Wall came down, the Soviet Union dissolved, and the first Gulf War broke out, only to be defeated in 1992 by a Democratic governor from Arkansas who tapped into the nation's growing economic anxiety. President Clinton told 60 Minutes that the two developed a bond anyway.
It's been one of the great joys of my life, my friendship with him. Our arguments were good-natured and open, and we continue to debate things all the way up until recently.
This afternoon, members of the public began lining up outside the Capitol to bid farewell to the man who famously called for a kinder, gentler nation.
And Nancy Cordes joins me now from Washington. Nancy, good to see you on what has been an emotional day. If you could, please describe the atmosphere there on Capitol Hill.
Well, it was really striking, DeMarco. You know, I was standing right in this spot just a few months ago when John McCain was brought here back to Capitol Hill from Arizona, and he lay in repose in the U.S. Capitol. And that was certainly a very moving ceremony filled with lots of emotion and lots of respect. But to see a former president brought here in a hearse and his casket removed by that military honor guard as the Army band played Hail to the Chief, to see his former cabinet standing there at the top of the steps as the casket was carried up those steps, step by step, was really an incredibly moving scene and a reminder of the kind of respect that we afford to our former commanders-in-chief. It was really a very rare sight. And then inside the Capitol Rotunda, Mitch McConnell, who is the Senate leader and one of the only members of the Senate at this point who was there when George Herbert Walker Bush was president, talking about their relationship, talking about his legacy, and really sort of hearkening back to a different time here on Capitol Hill and here in Washington. Sure, there were plenty of fights back then, plenty of arguments, plenty of stalemates, but also it was a time when compromise was respected and something to strive for. And that's the tone that you heard today from a number of the speakers, the fact that he really was someone who was looking for ways to work with the other side. And even though it angered his own party from time to time, he did manage to achieve that, and that is going to be part of his legacy.
And I guess, Nancy, with our current political climate, was it surprising or refreshing to you to see that there was some sort of unity on both sides of the aisle today?
You know, it's very refreshing, and there is a genuine love for this man from lawmakers on both sides of the aisle who look back and say that he managed to accomplish quite a bit in his 4 years here in Washington as president, and then, of course, played a very significant role as vice president for 8 years before that, and really has this unbelievable resume and held so many positions of importance here in Washington. He was the chair of the Republican National Committee, and a lot of people forget that he himself was a member of Congress for 4 years and made an unsuccessful bid for the Senate before he decided to run for the White House. And it's going to be very interesting to see over the next couple of days how many people file through the Capitol Rotunda, members of the public, to pay their respects. Back in 2006 and 2007, over the new year, when Gerald Ford was lying in state here at the U.S. Capitol, 57,000 people filed, DeMarco, through the Capitol Rotunda to pay their respects. 100,000 people filed through the Capitol Rotunda to pay their respects for President Reagan. And so that kind of gives you a sense of what we're going to be seeing over the next couple of days here before the casket is taken to the National Cathedral on Wednesday morning for a memorial service there.
And I guess a final thought for you, what do you think his legacy will be? Have we seen it?
I think that we have, and I think, first of all, it was sort of the dynasty that he built, the Bush family, the fact that he was such a strong and respected patriarch that his son would end up following him into the White House. Beyond that, the relationships that he was able to build with the other side. You know, when he was president, it was very important to him that he have strong bonds with members of Congress. He would invite them over to the White House. He would call them on the phone. He would send them notes, and that is something that you know, has waned a bit in the years since. President Obama famously said once, when asked why he wasn't hanging out more with Mitch McConnell, well, why don't you go have a beer with Mitch McConnell? Sort of signaling that this was not something that he necessarily thought would be a great use of his time because things had become so gridlocked. Well, George Herbert Walker Bush tried to avoid that by developing these personal relationships. Sometimes it succeeded and led to breakthroughs. Sometimes it didn't. But he clearly saw value in the relationships themselves, not just the transactional nature of them, but the value in those relationships, in sending messages, long and short, to the people who make decisions about what happens here in the U.S. government. And so it's sort of nostalgic to talk about it now. It feels a little bit quaint, but it probably carries a lot of lessons that our politicians today can learn from.
Yeah, a lot of respect for Mr. Bush, and he most certainly will be missed. Nancy Cordes in Washington. Nancy, good to see you. Thank you, my friend.
Thanks, Marco.
Well, meanwhile, President George H.W. Bush will lie in state at the U.S. Capitol through Wednesday morning. A funeral will then be held later that day at the National Cathedral in Washington. And on Thursday, there will be a private funeral in Texas, after which Mr. Bush will be buried. He will be laid to rest next to his wife, former First Lady Barbara Bush, and daughter Robin at the Bush Presidential Library at Texas A&M University. Well, the escalating trade wars with China have cooled, at least for now. A temporary truce between the two countries was announced this weekend after President Trump met with Chinese President Xi Jinping at the G20 summit. However, the Trump administration is warning there's still negotiations to be had. Now, CBS News White House correspondent Weijia Zhang has the latest on this story.
best. After meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping in Argentina, President Trump said trade talks with China took a, quote, big leap forward, though no comprehensive deal or a detailed timeline emerged. But there are signs of a ceasefire.
And I think at some point we are going to end up doing something which is great for China and great for the United States.
The president announced that tariffs on Chinese products that were set to rise to 25% on January 1st will be frozen at 10% instead. Mr. Trump said China would remove its 40% tax on U.S. cars and resume buying U.S. soybeans. Sales have plummeted since the president imposed tariffs earlier this year. President Trump tweeted, "Farmers will be a very big and fast beneficiary." But official statements from the Chinese made no mention of these concessions. And White House economic advisor Larry Kudlow stopped short of calling them an agreement.
The history here with China promises is not very good, and we know that.
President Trump also fired off a number of tweets about the Russia investigation, calling special counsel Robert Mueller an out-of-control prosecutor and saying his former lawyer and longtime confidant Michael Cohen should serve a full sentence for lying to Congress. DeMarco?
All right, Weijia Zhang outside the White House. Weijia, thank you. A bus crash in Arkansas left at least one child dead and more than 40 people injured. Authorities say the charter bus was carrying coaches, staff, and players of a youth football team. They were headed home from Texas to Memphis, Tennessee. CBS News correspondent Omar Villafranca reports.
The horror can be summed up just by looking at what remains of this chartered bus filled with elementary school kids.
We're starting rescue at this time. There's supposedly 50 people on the bus.
They were members of an all-star youth football team based in Memphis, Tennessee, heading back from a game in Dallas. Coaches, chaperones, and 40 children. Among them, 9-year-old Cameron Johnson, who was killed. Some of the seriously injured as young as 7 years old. One coach told a Memphis newspaper from his hospital bed that the driver swerved. "We just started flipping 15 or 20 times. It went down a hill, over a service road, and down another hill."
Devastating. Devastating. I mean, absolutely devastating.
JT Braga was one of several coaches and parents who raced over 100 miles to Arkansas Children's Hospital in Little Rock.
This was a huge thing for the boys. They've been practicing for the last 6 weeks, and they were super excited. So it's a bad thing.
The driver told investigators she lost control of the bus. 26 kids were taken here to Arkansas Children's Hospital. 22 have already been released back to their parents. The remaining 4 have bumps and broken bones, but doctors expect them to make a full recovery. DeMarco?
All right, Omar Villafranca, thank you. Well, coming up after the break, the NFL is facing questions over its handling of abuse allegations against star running back Kareem Hunt. We'll have much more on the league's response. Plus, French President Emmanuel Macron hasn't ruled out imposing a state of emergency amid unrest and violent protest in Paris. We'll have that story and much more after the break. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on. Stay with us. Welcome back, everyone, and thanks a lot for staying with us. People in central Illinois are cleaning up after multiple tornadoes. The National Weather Service says at least 23 tornadoes touched down in the area Saturday night, a December record. CBS News correspondent Adriana Diaz has more.
A swarm of tornadoes tore through homes, businesses, and trees across central Illinois. In the hard-hit town of Taylorville, more than 500 structures were damaged.
Officials say more than 20 tornadoes touched down across the state, literally pushing houses off their foundations. These steps here lead up to that door right there.
Katie and Nick Hackney, a firefighter, live in the house.
I don't know that they would have survived in the basement. It moved the house 17 feet off the foundation.
It's just heartbreaking to see all their things and our things everywhere.
Butler resident Marvin Felton says he saw a tornado hit.
I was right behind it. I felt the wind force in my car. It sounded like a train.
In Lewiston, Illinois, Katie Van Pelt was in her home when part of her roof and several walls peeled off.
Everybody is okay, and it's just replaceable things.
The severe weather in Illinois was part of a line of storms that spun tornadoes in Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Missouri, where one person was killed.
Tornadoes are extremely rare in December, but one that touched down in this region was half a mile wide. A siren here in Taylorville gave people 41 minutes notice, and that likely saved lives, but 3 people were seriously injured. DeMarco?
All right, Adriana Diaz, thank you for that report. The attorney for the family of E.J. Bradford Jr., who was killed by police on Thanksgiving night at a mall in Alabama, says that he was shot 3 times in the back. That's according to the findings of an independent autopsy report addressed during a press conference Monday.
It is evidence based on the scientific process that will help this family get to the truth. Is gunshot wound to the head, neck, and back in the lower right hip region, and that the manner of death is homicide.
Now, the victim's father also demanded the officer involved should be charged with homicide. The officer, who has not been identified, is on paid leave pending the investigation. Former NFL player Kareem Hunt is apologizing after recently released video shows him assaulting a woman back in February. The Kansas City Chiefs cut the star running back following the video's release, and Under Armour announced Hunt no longer has their endorsement. CBS News correspondent Jerika Duncan reports.
Kareem is the one that assaulted me.
Today, Cleveland police released this body camera video showing their interview with 19-year-old Abby Ottinger of Kent State University. She told police she was waiting outside Kareem Hunt's residence trying to find a ride home when suddenly she was attacked. Video released last week by TMZ shows Hunt hitting and then kicking Ottinger. Once that February video became public, it was the end of Hunt's career as a Kansas City Chief. Friday, the team let him go.
The Chiefs, they did what was right. I made a poor decision.
In that Sunday ESPN interview, Hunt says the NFL did not interview him about the incident. However, the league said in a statement it is planning to do so. Since the 2014 video of former Ravens running back Ray Rice became public, at least 27 NFL players have been accused of committing some form of violence or harassment against women. At least 7 remain a part of an NFL organization this season. Former CEO of the Oakland Raiders and CBS sports analyst Amy Trask says the NFL isn't aggressive enough when it comes to investigating its own players for these types of alleged assaults.
Historically, teams in the league have not been willing to do what outlets like TMZ have been willing to do. It may be time to rethink that.
A source from the NFL tells me this is clearly not acceptable behavior. The NFL is now investigating Hunt and plans to interview everyone involved that night. Even if another team does pick up Hunt, DeMarco, under the league's personal conduct policy, Hunt faces a 6-game suspension.
All right, Jerika Duncan reporting. Jerika, thank you. French President Emmanuel Macron canceled his trip to Siberia in order to focus on protests in Paris. Anti-government demonstrations took place in France's capital over the weekend. At least 130 people were hurt and more than 400 were arrested. Alexander Saberi is in Paris with the latest.
In a cloud of tear gas, French riot police run toward a group of protesters in Paris. When they reach the foot of the Arc de Triomphe, the officers shout "back up" and start beating the demonstrators, who appear to be hurling stones at them. This body cam footage was released by French police today, 2 days after the worst riots to hit France's capital in over a decade. Today, paramedics in Paris protested against government reforms, setting fire to debris and blocking a bridge leading to the National Assembly. The Yellow Vest protests, named after the safety vests worn by mostly peaceful demonstrators, began 3 weeks ago. They were fueled by a rise in the gasoline tax in a country where diesel already costs $6 a gallon and will go up another roughly 28 cents in January. But the rallies have morphed into a fight against the rising cost of living. On Sunday, French President Emmanuel Macron was booed as he toured the damage. He has vowed he won't back down on the fuel taxes aimed at cutting carbon emissions. Protesters who have no formal leadership also say they won't stop until they get what they want.
Continuer ces manifestations. Until when would you like to continue these protests?
We don't have a choice, ambulance driver Thomas Pichon told me. If we don't stay here today, it's the end of our livelihoods. Today, the government hinted that it might offer concessions. The Prime Minister's office said he would announce, quote, measures in favor of the protesters. DeMarco?
All right, Roxana Saberi in Paris, thank you. And Climate Watch, famed naturalist Sir David Attenborough kicked off the United Nations Climate Conference on Monday with a stark message, warning of the collapse of civilizations if action isn't taken to fight climate change. The conference is a first attempt at changing course, opening the floor for negotiations on how to tackle the man-made disaster. David Schuckman, with our partners at the BBC, has more.
It's been a year of deadly fires and record heat, and also new warnings from scientists about the dangers of living in a world of rising temperatures, with the risk of many more scenes like this.
We all know what's good.
A social media campaign has gathered voices from around the world calling on governments to take action.
Please welcome Sir David Attenborough.
The campaign spokesman was given a rare chance to appeal directly to this global forum.
Right now, we're facing a man-made disaster of global scale. Our greatest threat in thousands of years, climate change. If we don't take action, the collapse of our civilizations and the extinction of much of the natural world is on the horizon.
There was applause, but not much. Maybe because tackling climate change is so difficult. Poland, like many countries, depends on coal. We went down a mine to see the grim process of getting it out. Thousands here think a green future threatens their jobs. What would you say to a Polish coal miner about his future, given what's being discussed here in this conference?
Well, all you can say is that things change. There's a process of history which is now moving to its end. And that you will have to find, your children will have to find new ways of living.
So as the conference continues, there'll be some tense arguments over what to do.
With so many countries represented here and thousands of delegates, together with incredibly complicated negotiations, it's easy to forget what this is all about. So let me show you what's happened to global temperatures. There's one stripe here for each year since 1850. Blue is for below average, orange is for above average, and the most recent years are the hottest, so they're marked in red. And the big concern is where the world is heading next.
Stronger storms and the sea level rising are growing threats. Small island states feel the most vulnerable.
What kind of effort must be put into rebuilding when your entire economy is wiped away? Imagine, what if the entire economy of Ireland or England was washed away? Where would you start? And that is the reality of climate change.
Outside the conference, coal fires are burning, each one polluting the air. Scientists say stopping this is essential. It'll be a huge challenge.
All right, that again was David Sheckman reporting there. Well, coming up after a quick break, Congress is at a virtual standstill as it honors the late President George H.W. Bush. We'll have more on what's happening this week on Capitol Hill. Plus, trade tensions appear to have cooled between the U.S. and China. How long will a truce between the world's largest economies last? It's a good question. You're streaming CBSN. Stay with us. The United Nations says Yemen is on the brink of the world's worst famine in more than a century. As the current war there continues, at least 22 million people are in dire need of humanitarian aid. Another 16 million are without clean water, and some 2 million have been forced to leave their homes. Our partners at the BBC got rare access inside the war-torn country. Orla Guerin reports from the capital city of Sana'a. And we want to warn you folks, some of the footage that you are about to see may be disturbing.
Sana'a, inhabited for more than 2,500 years, with a history stained by blood. It has seen many wars. The latest is now threatening millions of Yemeni lives. It rarely hits the headlines. It's one of the hardest places for journalists to reach. We took a risky journey by road. The Saudi-led coalition has stopped civilian flights to the Houthi-controlled north. And in Sana'a, one mother among many afraid her child will waste away. Motib is 2 years old, a victim of Yemen's growing hunger. In the bed across the way, doctors want us to see another 2-year-old called Bassem. It's hard to look. His grandmother, Nadia, shares his torment. She's skin and bone herself. Bassem was born into the Arab world's poorest nation, but the war has pushed it to the brink. Now the currency has collapsed. Food prices have doubled in a month. Dr. Najla, who trained in Liverpool, says only peace will save Yemen's children.
The final solution for our problem is to stop the war. After that, everything will be okay.
Do you have any hope of that?
Myself, no.
Children die here every day because of malnutrition and other preventable diseases. Victims of man, not of nature. Well, this is where you can really see the tragedy of Yemen. There's ward after ward here of severely malnourished children. Nowhere in the world are more people at risk of starvation. I was here in Sana'a 2 years ago, and it's really shocking to come back and see how much worse things are now. And the United Nations is warning that if the war continues, within months, Yemen could face famine on a massive scale.
I think many of us felt, as we went into the 21st century, that it was unthinkable that we could see a famine like we saw in Ethiopia, that we saw in Bengal, that we saw in parts of the Soviet Union. That was just unacceptable. Many of us had confidence that that would never happen again, and yet the reality is that in Yemen, that is precisely what we are looking at.
I mean, do you think we should be ashamed?
Yes, there's no question. We should be ashamed, and we should, every day that we wake up, renew our commitment to do everything possible to help the people that are suffering and in the conflict.
Those who escape starvation may not escape airstrikes by the Saudi-led coalition. Fuad survived one a fortnight ago, only just. He has lost one leg and may lose both arms. He tells us he was in a clinic in Hodeidah treating civilians when it was hit. Fuad is not a fighter, he's a nurse. Staff here say most airstrike victims are civilians like him. They've been keeping a grim count since the war began. We've seen about 800 or 900 injured, says Mohammed Osimi. About 200 to 300 have died. Their burns were very deep, from head to toe. They had no hope of surviving. In the market nearby, a bitter harvest for Yemen. Food that many here can no longer afford. They are trapped between the Houthi forces who control the capital and the Saudi-led coalition, which bombs it. Caught in a civil war, which has become a regional power struggle. People here feel abandoned and wonder why the world has let them suffer for so long. Our message to the international community and the European countries is to look at our situation, this man says. It's getting worse and worse. What have we done wrong to deserve to be besieged? What crime have we committed? Yemen has been called the forgotten war, but more than 3 years on, many here say it is not forgotten. It is ignored. Orla Guerin, BBC News, Sana'a.
I want to take you back to Washington now. A live look at former President George H.W. Bush lying in state there at the U.S. Capitol. The public will be able to pay their respects until Wednesday. They're actually starting to file in right now when a state funeral will be held at the Washington National Cathedral there. Well, President Bush's political life was a part of a strong family legacy. His father, Prescott Bush, was a U.S. Senator from Connecticut. And Mr. Bush and his son, President George W. Bush, were America's second father-son duo to serve in the Oval Office, the first being John Adams and John Quincy Adams. CBS News chief legal correspondent Jan Crawford has more on the Bush political dynasty.
The country was together and everyone wanted to do one's duty. I just had that driving feeling that I ought to go into the service.
In both his military career and in political life, George Herbert Walker Bush was driven by a sense of duty.
He's often said that any definition of a successful life must include service to others. And that just defines most of his life.
Tim McBride served as Mr. Bush's personal aide.
Are you carrying the president's bags here?
Yeah, that was my job.
And saw the president as a father figure. McBride was with Bush on Inauguration Day in 1989. Minutes before he was to be sworn in as president, Mr. Bush made a curious observation.
President-elect Bush notices that Mrs. Reagan is bundling up very snugly President Reagan.
He's going to wear a coat.
He's going to wear a coat. She's wrapping a scarf around him. He is clearly ready for much colder conditions.
So the president-elect demanded his own coat.
And I said, well, sir, your coat's down in the car. We won't get it in time. It's not possible. He said, well, I need it. I can't go out looking more robust than President Reagan.
But what I have proposed...
Despite his empathy, Mr. Bush lost his re-election bid in 1992.
I, George Walker Bush, do solemnly swear.
By 2001, another Bush, George W., was back in the Oval Office.
As I recall, the conversation went something like this. Welcome, Mr. President. It's good to see you, Mr. President. And that's all we said.
They'll remember him for being a good, honest president who got a lot of things done. But I think the thing I take pride in is integrity.
Proud as he was, according to McBride, Mr. Bush did not set out to build a political dynasty.
None of that motivated him, or I believe motivates any of his family.
A sentiment Jeb Bush, the former Florida governor, echoed when he ran for president in 2016.
The idea of being a Bush, I know it's complicated for people looking at it on the outside. I can distinguish between being proud to be a member of this extraordinary family and also recognizing I got to go make this case myself.
Amid declarations that he was doomed by his last name, Jeb Bush dropped out of the GOP primary.
I once heard someone just say that the Times choose the president.
You think his last name was Smith, he would have had a better chance?
I think running as a Bush would have been tough in 2016 for any candidate. But beyond that, there were other factors that caused the voters to look somewhere else, I think.
Voters may one day look toward yet another Bush, Jeb's son, George Prescott.
I, George Prescott Bush.
Currently, the Texas Land Commissioner, George P. Bush, seemed destined to join the family business.
I pledge allegiance to the flag.
At 12 years old, he led the Pledge of Allegiance at the Republican National Convention that nominated his grandfather. Now the fourth generation of his family to enter politics, George P. did so with his uncle's blessing.
He's always thought that I'd be good at it. But in terms of doing it for the right reasons, that's what the consensus was, whether it was him or my grandfather or my dad, is you've got to do this with a servant's heart.
With the unwavering heart of a servant, Mr. Bush leaves behind a legacy that transcends politics.
You can't believe what our grandchildren do. They all do something for others. They do public service. They do something for others.
That's what it's about, public service. CIA Director Gina Haspel will be on Capitol Hill Tuesday to brief lawmakers on the death of journalist Jamal Khashoggi. Haspel did not attend a closed-door session with top administration officials last week, causing an uproar among senators from both parties. CIA sources previously said Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman ordered the killing, but the Trump administration doubts that assessment. Khashoggi was murdered in the Saudi consulate in Istanbul 2 months ago. President Trump spoke briefly with Crown Prince Salman at the G20 summit, reportedly exchanging pleasantries. Here's what Defense Secretary General Mattis had to say this weekend.
Accountability for the murder of Khashoggi stands alone. It is distinct from any other factors going on. However, it is integral to our relationship with Saudi. Right now, we do not have a smoking gun. Except for the last 24 hours, ladies and gentlemen, I have seen all the intelligence we have. We do not have a smoking gun that the Crown Prince was involved.
However, listen to this. The Washington Post now reports that Mohammed bin Salman exchanged messages with an aide alleged to have overseen the killing of Khashoggi. Earlier, my colleague Tanya Rivero spoke to the author of that report, Washington Post intelligence and national security reporter Shane Harris.
What further details are there about the communications between Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and this aide? And is there enough evidence that could be a game changer here?
Well, I think you heard Secretary Mattis say it's not a smoking gun, and what we understand is that the content of these messages between Mohammed bin Salman and his aide may not be known. We certainly don't know them. It's not clear the CIA knows them as well. But what they do establish is that these two men were communicating in the hours before and after Khashoggi was killed inside the consulate on October 2nd, raising the question of what else might they be talking about. I mean, that's an awful lot of messages we think that were exchanged in this period. We also know from our previous reporting that someone who was a member of this hit team inside the consulate also made a call to this individual, this aide that Mohammed bin Salman was talking to on the day of the killing, letting him know in effect that the operation had been taken care of. So when you put this together, the CIA is reaching this assessment that the Crown Prince was likely involved. The fact that there's not a smoking gun, as Secretary Mattis said, suggests that there's not literally a recording of a phone call in which the Crown Prince says do it, or perhaps a text message in which he says to do it, but the preponderance of the evidence points in his direction.
What pressure then is the administration under to roll out more punishment against the Saudis?
I think pretty significantly under pressure, and we saw a hint of this last week when there was this rebuke, really, in the Senate, a clear majority of senators moving to support a resolution to withdraw U.S. support for the Saudi-led war in Yemen, which has gone on now for several years and has caused this just almost unimaginable humanitarian crisis. That is a war that the U.S. supports through intelligence support and through military equipment. The fact that so many Republicans were willing to join in that tells me that the pressure is really mounting on the White House to do something more than what the president has done, which is effectively to shrug and say, in his words, maybe he did, maybe he didn't, in regards to the Crown Prince. And I think some lawmakers think the president's distorting what the CIA has told him.
Right. To your point, I mean, Senator Lindsey Graham was very clear about where he stood on this and what he wants to see happen. So it'll be interesting to see, with members of his own party so vociferously opposing a lack of action, where the president goes next. Would you predict that the president will take some kind of harder action against the Crown Prince?
It's difficult to see that he would, to be honest. I mean, he really has dug in his heels on this and made very clear that he believes that the question of whether or not Mohammed bin Salman was responsible for this murder is maybe an issue a question that can never be answered. To see his Secretary of Defense essentially backing him up on that this weekend really tells me that the White House is not budging, at least that the Congress hasn't marshaled sufficient pressure to make him move and change his mind.
All right, Shane Harris of the Washington Post. Shane, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, President Trump is praising a former campaign advisor who is under scrutiny by the special counsel's Russia investigation. Roger Stone vowed this weekend he would not double-cross the White House if he is interviewed by Robert Mueller's team. Now, Stone has been accused of communicating with WikiLeaks during the 2016 campaign. The Republican operative told ABC he has not been contacted by the special counsel.
I've never done anything in politics that was outside the norms of my colleagues and my contemporaries. And I've always made it clear that so-called dirty tricks come up to but do not cross the line into illegality. There's no circumstance under which I would testify against the president because I'd have to bear false witness against him. I'd have to make things up, and I'm not going to do that.
All right, he has spoken in a tweet Monday. The president praised Stone, saying it's nice to know that some people still have guts. He went on to attack the special counsel, calling Robert Mueller an out-of-control prosecutor. And joining me now is Colby Ikowicz. She is a political reporter at the Washington Post. Colby, good to see you.
Good to see you.
All right, so why is the president's praise of Roger Stone so significant?
It's so significant because he did it at the exact same time, within minutes of also talking about Michael Cohen. And what he said about Michael Cohen is that Michael Cohen should serve a complete and full sentence. Now, you'll remember that Michael Cohen, Donald Trump's longtime lawyer, recently came out and admitted that he had lied to Congress about the last time the Trump organization had tried to build a building in Moscow. So what people are looking at now is, was that witness tampering? Is calling for someone who is testifying against you to go to jail and celebrating someone who won't testify against you when you're the president of the United States and you have pardon power? They're going to expect the Democrats to look into that.
All right, so Colby, this comes against the backdrop of President George H.W. Bush's passing. The president praised the former president this weekend and announced he would back a 2-week delay of a potential government shutdown out of respect. How will this delay impact the debate there in Congress?
Yeah, so the government was supposed to shut down at midnight on Friday. There are 7 appropriations bills that Congress just couldn't get to. This has kind of become par for the course in Congress, where we come right up to the brink. In 2013, we did shut down for 16 days. But President Trump is holding hostage the federal government essentially over his border wall. He wants $5 billion to build that wall. The Democrats say absolutely not. They put in $1.6 billion for some extra security enhancements at the border, but they say absolutely not for $5 billion for the wall. Now there's some Democrats even saying, why are we even giving $1.6 billion for border security? We should be giving nothing.
Yeah, and Colby, speaking of that, the president had been threatening to shut down as a way to promote funding for his border wall. Mexico's newly inaugurated foreign minister is set to visit Secretary of State Mike Pompeo this weekend in Washington. What can we expect from their meeting?
This meeting is going to be very interesting to watch because the thing they're going to be talking about is the caravan of migrants from Central America that have been moving their way up to the U.S. border that President Trump has been talking about all fall and creating a lot of fear and uncertainty around who these people are. Most of them are trying to seek asylum, their families. We saw that with the people that got tear gassed at the border, right outside of San Diego last week. So what you're going to hear Pompeo and the foreign minister talk about is, where should these people stay? Should Mexico keep them keep them in their towns at the border and not let them cross en masse as they want to? And so they're going to be hammering out those kinds of deals.
All right, so sticking with foreign policy, the G20 summit convened this weekend. There, the president agreed to new talks with China over the escalating trade wars. Where do we stand now?
So it's funny, we don't really know where we stand because the president and President Trump and the president of China are kind of saying different things. President Trump came out and said they're taking 90 days to kind of review the deal that they talked about in Argentina, that they're going to deal with China allegedly stealing intellectual property from the United States. But what we know is that they have at least paused the trade war that's going on, which means expected tariff increases that the United States was going to impose on China, they're not going to put in place for at least 90 days. But we don't yet know what the details of a deal will look like between the U.S. and China.
All right, Colby, I want to get to a final question for you. I want to ask you about your most recent reporting. You write that Republican-held state legislatures in 2 states are trying to limit new Democratic governors' powers. Where is this happening, and can you talk us through the allegations?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is Wisconsin and Michigan, which were huge wins for Democrats in November. Those are states that Hillary Clinton lost, thought she would win, effectively cost her the presidency. Now the Democrats have come back and won governorships in both of those states, which makes them very, very excited for their prospects there in 2020. But so now you've got Democrats as governor, and you still have GOP-led legislatures. And so what these legislators are doing is they're trying to introduce legislation before the end of the year that would chip away at some of the executive powers that the governor enjoys, and as well as things like canceling or limiting early voting. They're trying to move up the presidential primary in order to not interfere with a Supreme Court, state Supreme Court election in April, because they are afraid that too many Democrats are going to come out to vote in the presidential primary. So they're playing a lot of games, and there's a lot of acrimony happening in both of those states right now.
Oh, talk about power there. All right, Colby Ickowitz, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right. We'll take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll have the rest of the day's news. You're streaming CBSN. CBS News, always on. Stay with me. All right, folks, in Space Watch, scientists have once again spotted a monster collision between two black holes, sending shockwaves through space-time. Researchers from the LIGO-Virgo collaboration say their laser labs sensed ripples coming from a collision at least 5 billion light years from Earth, and two black holes united, creating one object more than 80 times the mass of our sun. This is the 11th gravitational wave observed by scientists since 2015. The first discovery proved Einstein's theory of general relativity and earned researchers a Nobel Prize. Well, as the nation remembers the life of our 41st president, musicians, Hollywood icons, playwrights, and many more celebrated George H.W. Bush at this year's Kennedy Center Honors. CBS News' Mark Liverman has more on the event.
At the 41st Annual Kennedy Center Honors, one of the biggest highlights was a tribute to the 41st President of the United States. At the event to celebrate achievements in the world of the arts, President George H.W. Bush, who died Friday, was remembered as an undeniable lover of the arts.
I think it's appropriate to recognize the passing of a wonderful man who dedicated his life to service and who graciously attended this event many times during his administration.
This year's honorees for lifetime achievements in the arts included composer Philip Glass, country music legend Reba McEntire, and jazz icon Wayne Shorter.
I shall also carry with me the hope.
The co-creators of the groundbreaking musical Hamilton were also awarded. Another honoree at this year's event, Cher, her award presented by comedian Whoopi Goldberg.
Whether she's performing in sold-out arenas around the world or selling more than 100 million records or accepting an Academy Award in a black sequin Bob Mackie original, she is the true original.
For the second year in a row, President Trump and the First Lady declined an invitation to the awards. They were returning to Washington after the G20 summit in Argentina. Mark Liverman, CBS News, New York.
Well, the nation is saying a final goodbye to former President George H.W. Bush this week. And to honor the 41st president as he lies in state at the U.S. Capitol, we want to leave you with some images of some of his most powerful moments. He will be missed. Here's a look at what we are working on for you in our next hour. Hundreds are paying their respects to the late former President George H.W. Bush as we speak. We'll take a look back at his life and his legacy. But first, you're streaming CBSN. Stay with us. Hi, everyone, and thanks a lot for joining us. I'm DeMarco Morgan. Americans paid respect Monday to the nation's 41st president, George H.W. Bush, who passed away over the weekend. His body will lie in state at the U.S. Capitol until Wednesday morning. CBS News Chief Congressional Correspondent Nancy Cordes has more.
In a moment made for the history books, the sun set over Washington as the casket bearing the 41st President of the United States was carried up the Capitol steps. Awaiting it at the top, more than a dozen members of President Bush's cabinet, along with his Vice President, Dan Quayle, and an emotional 43rd President, George W. Bush. Inside the Capitol Rotunda, the Speaker of the House paid tribute to a remarkable life.
There was that image of him as a loving father reaching out to hold his son's hand at the National Cathedral after 9/11.
Here at the Capitol and across the nation, flags fly half-staff. The New York Stock Exchange observed a moment of silence for the 94-year-old who passed away Friday night at home in Houston after telling his oldest son by phone that he loved him. This morning, the younger President Bush greeted his father's casket at Ellington Air Force Base in Houston. The extended Bush family accompanied the casket to Washington aboard Air Force One, which was renamed Special Air Mission 41 for the flight to Joint Base Andrews. Mr. Bush's service dog, Sully, who kept watch at his master's casket overnight, made the journey too. At Andrews, another solemn tribute from the military for a man who was not just commander-in-chief, but one of the youngest naval aviators in World War II, flying 58 missions in the Pacific, starting at age 18. He never lost that love of flying. An aide revealed this weekend that Mr. Bush, who also loved to make a statement with his socks, had chosen to be laid to rest wearing this pair. After the war, George Herbert Walker Bush went to Yale University, founded an oil company, served 2 terms in the House of Representatives, and fathered 6 children with his beloved Barbara Bush, who passed away in April. In the 70s, Mr. Bush was appointed ambassador to the United Nations and director of the CIA.
This is the course we're going to go.
He lost his bid for the White House in 1980, but the man who beat him in the primary tapped him as his running mate, which led to an 8-year partnership. Vice President Mike Pence.
I'm told as he was preparing to become vice president, he once joked about the job, saying that there was, quote, nothing substantive to do at all.
So help me God.
In 1988, Mr. Bush won the race to succeed President Reagan by a landslide, steering the ship of state as the Berlin Wall came down, the Soviet Union dissolved, and the first Gulf War broke out, only to be defeated in 1992 by a Democratic governor from Arkansas who tapped into the nation's growing economic anxiety. President Clinton told 60 Minutes that the two developed a bond anyway.
It's been one of the great joys of my life, my friendship with him. Our arguments were good-natured and open, and we continue to debate things all the way up until recently.
This afternoon, members of the public began lining up outside the Capitol to bid farewell to the man who famously called for a kinder, gentler nation.
And Nancy Cordes joins me now from Washington. Nancy, good to see you on what has been an emotional day. If you could, please describe the atmosphere there on Capitol Hill.
Well, it was really striking, DeMarco. You know, I was standing right in this spot just a few months ago when John McCain was brought here back to Capitol Hill from Arizona, and he lay in repose in the U.S. Capitol. And that was certainly a very moving ceremony filled with lots of emotion and lots of respect. But to see a former president brought here in a hearse and his casket removed by that military honor guard as the Army band played Hail to the Chief, to see his former cabinet standing there at the top of the steps as the casket was carried up those steps, step by step, was really an incredibly moving scene and a reminder of the kind of respect that we afford to our former commanders-in-chief. It was really a very rare sight. And then inside the Capitol Rotunda, Mitch McConnell, who is the Senate leader and one of the only members of the Senate at this point who was there when George Herbert Walker Bush was president, talking about their relationship, talking about his legacy, and really sort of hearkening back to a different time here on Capitol Hill and here in Washington. Sure, there were plenty of fights back then, plenty of arguments, plenty of stalemates, but also it was a time when compromise was respected and something to strive for. And that's the tone that you heard today from a number of the speakers, the fact that he really was someone who was looking for ways to work with the other side. And even though it angered his own party from time to time, he did manage to achieve that, and that is going to be part of his legacy.
And I guess, Nancy, with our current political climate, was it surprising or refreshing to you to see that there was some sort of unity on both sides of the aisle today?
It's very refreshing, and there is a genuine love for this man from lawmakers on both sides of the aisle who look back and say that he managed to accomplish quite a bit in his 4 years here in Washington as president, and then, of course, played a very significant role as vice president for 8 years before that, and really has this unbelievable resume and held so many positions of importance here in Washington. He was the chair of the Republican National Committee, and a lot of people forget that he himself was a member of Congress for 4 years and made an unsuccessful bid for the Senate before he decided to run for the White House. And it's going to be very interesting to see over the next couple of days how many people file through the Capitol Rotunda, members of the public, to pay their respects. Back in 2006 and 2007, over the new year, when Gerald Ford was lying in state here at the U.S. Capitol, 57,000 people filed, DeMarco, through the Capitol Rotunda to pay their respects. 100,000 people filed through the Capitol Rotunda to pay their respects for President Reagan. And so that kind of gives you a sense of what we're going to be seeing over the next couple of days here before the casket is taken to the National Cathedral on Wednesday morning for a memorial service there.
And I guess a final thought for you. What do you think his legacy will be? Have we seen it?
I think that we have. And I think, first of all, it was sort of the dynasty that he built, the Bush family, the fact that he was such a strong and respected patriarch that his son would end up following him into the White House. Beyond that, the relationships that he was able to build with the other side. When he was president, it was very important to him that he have strong bonds with members of Congress. He would invite them over to the White House. He would call them on the phone. He would send them notes. And that is something that, has waned a bit in the years since. President Obama famously said once when asked why he wasn't hanging out more with Mitch McConnell, well, why don't you go have a beer with Mitch McConnell? Sort of signaling that this was not something that he necessarily thought would be a great use of his time because things had become so gridlocked. Well, George Herbert Walker Bush tried to avoid that by developing these personal relationships. Sometimes it succeeded and led to breakthroughs. Sometimes it didn't. But he clearly saw value in the relationships themselves, not just the transactional nature of them, but the value in those relationships, in sending messages, long and short, to the people who make decisions about what happens here in the U.S. government. And so it's sort of nostalgic to talk about it now. It feels a little bit quaint, but it probably carries a lot of lessons that our politicians today can learn from.
Yeah, a lot of respect for Mr. Bush, and he most certainly will be missed. Nancy Cordes in Washington. Nancy, good to see you. Thank you, my friend.
Thanks, Marco.
Well, meanwhile, President George H.W. Bush will lie in state at the U.S. Capitol through Wednesday morning. A funeral will then be held later that day at the National Cathedral in Washington. And on Thursday, there will be a private funeral in Texas, after which Mr. Bush will be buried. He will be laid to rest next to his wife, former First Lady Barbara Bush, and daughter Robin at the Bush Presidential Library at Texas A&M University. Well, the escalating trade wars with China have cooled, at least for now. A temporary truce between the two countries was announced this weekend after President Trump met with Chinese President Xi Jinping at the G20 summit. However, the Trump administration is warning there's still negotiations to be had. Now, CBS News White House correspondent Wei Zhang has the latest on this story.
After meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping in Argentina, President Trump said trade talks with China took a, quote, big leap forward, though no comprehensive deal or a detailed timeline emerged. But there are signs of a ceasefire.
And I think at some point we are going to end up doing something which is great for China and great for the United States.
The president announced that tariffs on Chinese products that were set to rise to 25% on January 1st will be frozen at 10% instead. Mr. Trump said China would remove its 40% tax on U.S. cars and resume buying U.S. soybeans. Sales have plummeted since the president imposed tariffs earlier this year. President Trump tweeted farmers will be a very big and fast beneficiary. But official statements from the Chinese made no mention of these concessions. And White House economic advisor Larry Kudlow stopped short of calling them an agreement.
The history here with China promises is not very good, and we know that.
President Trump also fired off a number of tweets about the Russia investigation, calling special counsel Robert Mueller an out-of-control prosecutor and saying his former lawyer and longtime confidant Michael Cohen should serve a full sentence for lying to Congress. DeMarco?
All right, Wei Zhang outside the White House. Wei, thank you. A bus crash in Arkansas left at least one child dead and more than 40 people injured. Authorities say the charter bus was carrying coaches, staff, and players of a youth football team. They were headed home from Texas to Memphis, Tennessee. CBS News correspondent Omar Villafranca reports.
The horror can be summed up just by looking at what remains of this chartered bus filled with elementary school kids.
We're starting rescue at this time. There's supposedly 50 people on the bus.
They were members of an all-star youth football team based in Memphis, Tennessee, heading back from a game in Dallas. Coaches, chaperones, and 40 children. Among them, 9-year-old Cameron Johnson, who was killed. Some of the seriously injured as young as 7 years old. One coach told a Memphis newspaper from his hospital bed that the driver swerved. We just started flipping 15 or 20 times. It went down a hill, over a service road, and down another hill.
Devastating. Devastating. I mean, absolutely devastating.
JT Braga was one of several coaches and parents who raced over 100 miles to Arkansas Children's Hospital in Little Rock.
This was a huge thing for the boys. They've been practicing for the last 6 weeks, and they were super excited. So it's a bad thing.
The driver told investigators she lost control of the bus. 26 kids were taken here to Arkansas Children's Hospital. 22 have already been released back to their parents. The remaining 4 have bumps and broken bones, but doctors expect them to make a full recovery. DeMarco?
All right, Omar Villafranca, thank you. All right, coming up after the break, the NFL is facing questions over its handling of abuse allegations against star running back Kareem Hunt. We'll have much more on the league's response. Plus, French President Emmanuel Macron hasn't ruled out imposing a state of emergency amid unrest and violent protest in Paris. We'll have that story and much more after the break. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on. Stay with us. Welcome back, everyone, and thanks a lot for staying with us. People in central Illinois are cleaning up after multiple tornadoes. The National Weather Service says at least 23 tornadoes touched down in the area Saturday night, a December record. CBS News correspondent Adriana Diaz has more.
A swarm of tornadoes tore through homes, businesses, and trees across central Illinois. In the hard-hit town of Taylorville, more than 500 structures were damaged.
Officials say more than 20 tornadoes touched down across the state, literally pushing houses off their foundations. These steps here lead up to that door right there.
Katie and Nick Hackney, a firefighter, live in the house.
I don't know that they would have survived in the basement. They moved the house 17 feet off the foundation.
It's just heartbreaking to see all their things and our things everywhere.
Butler resident Marvin Felton says he saw a tornado hit.
I was right behind it. I felt the wind force in my car. It sounded like a train.
In Lewiston, Illinois, Katie Van Pelt was in her home when part of her roof and several walls peeled off.
Everybody is okay, and it's just replaceable things.
The severe weather in Illinois is part of a line of storms that spun tornadoes in Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Missouri, where one person was killed.
Tornadoes are extremely rare in December, but one that touched down in this region was half a mile wide. A siren here in Taylorville gave people 41 minutes notice, and that likely saved lives, but 3 people were seriously injured. DeMarco?
All right, Adriana Diaz, thank you for that report. Costa Rica officials tell CBS News a body has been found near where a Florida woman who disappeared was staying. The Costa Rican official says they have not identified the body yet, which was found partially buried outside of San Jose. But they are in contact with Carla Stepaniak's family in an effort to make an identification. Stepaniak went to Costa Rica to celebrate her 36th birthday and hasn't been seen for 6 days. The attorney for the family of E.J. Bradford Jr., who was killed by police on Thanksgiving night at a mall in Alabama, says that he was shot 3 times in the back. That's according to the findings of an independent autopsy report addressed during a press conference Monday.
It is